Good morning, everybody. Be right with ya. Good morning, good morning, good morning. How is everybody? Good morning. How are you guys doing? What's going on? How was your weekend? Hopefully it was good. Probably did the same thing as you did, gonna do today. I used the weekend to catch up on sleep and watch all my shows that I missed throughout the week. That's what I do for my weekends, even in this situation. Where did that go? Put that over there. Come over here. Wow, what the hell happened? Whoa, things are getting freaky. Hopefully, everybody is doing well. Let's see. You go there. There we go. Okay. So, today, I'm going to start off with some weird places around the world. And then if anybody wants to come up on panel and explore, not explore, that's not the right word. If you want to share some of your experiences you've had with the paranormal, you're more than welcome to do so. And I will send a link. Hey, Steven, how you doing, hon? How you doing? So, yeah, the first bit, I guess, we have going is I got the 59 weirdest places across the world. And then we'll get into people's experiences if they've ever, like, I don't know. I guess my question of the day is, do you guys think that different places of the world are portals? Or do you think that there's like mini portals around the world? And hey, I'm all right. I'm doing all right. Had a good weekend, caught up on all my shows and got my sleeps in. So yeah, doing all right. So yeah, portals around the world are the mini portals. And I explained an experience that happened to my husband a couple days ago, well, about a week now ago. And it's really got me curious, really got me thinking. All righty then. So let's go ahead and get started. Oh, it's going to do its funky thing. There we go. That's not what I wanted to do. Oy vey. It's definitely a Monday, right? So the first weirdest place in the world, and these don't necessarily have to do with paranormal, but I thought some of them were very weird. Number 2 is definitely strange. One of the top weirdest places across the world is located in Potesi, Aurora departments. This is the world's largest salt pan and the strangest place, one of the strangest places in the world. And when a thin film of water gathers on the surface, it's also the world's largest natural mirror. The best sight of the space can be observed from the central their central island. Salar de Uyuni is the remains of a prehistoric lake that dried off and left behind void space of bright white salt rock formations and cacti islands. The place harbors large flocks of beautiful pink flamingos that can be seen gazing in the water. The best time to visit this place in the months of July and October. Hello, Color of Music. How are you? I have no clue if the virus will be killed in the summer. I'm hoping so because I work in a hotel and we're in a tourist town. So, yeah, it's an ancient lake. And it's pretty cool. I mean, that water definitely is still. You know what I mean? It's definitely becoming a mirror. That is so pretty, though. I can't imagine going there. And it's in Bolivia. Why is it asking me that? I already allowed it. You can take a train or a bus to Uyuni, and then take a hired vehicle to the salt flats. But how pretty is that? That really is gorgeous. I wouldn't mind going there. Hey, Scratch a Chick, how are you? How are you? I should put up my other screen so I know what's going on. So, number 2, and this is wild. Well, at least I thought it was wild. Lake Natron, the scariest lake. Look at that. Look at it. And that's weird. Right, Stephen? That's true. Looking for some weird places in the world? How about this terrifying lake? Animals that die in this African lake are turned into statues through calcification. Hello, Mr. Ron. How are you doing? The presence of huge volumes of sodium bicarbonate ensures they turn into mummies. And because of the high alkaline collection, the lakes look like red in color, especially during summer in Tanzania. This is the reason why the lake is also known as Petrifying Lake. In spite of all these conditions, it's gazing ground for some lesser flamingos. Fancy a dip? Don't even think about it. Hey, Blue, how you doing? Yeah, isn't that wild? I mean, you die and you get petrified. You get mummified right down in there. No, I don't know, right down in there, but it's in Tanzania, and if you want to see it, best time to visit is June and August. And then you fly to Tanzania, book a guided tour of Rift Valley, which will take you to that. How are you doing, Blue? How you doing, Ron? What's going on? Hope all is well. Right now, we're going to have panel. We're going to have, we are going to have a panel. If anybody wants to come up, my question of the day is, do you think that there are portals in specific places of the world? Or do you think that there's mini portals like all over? What do you guys think? Right now we're going through the 59 weirdest places across the world. And that's definitely one of them. The Nature's Own Ring, the Diaroppers Brook Bridge, is another strange place. That's so beautiful. That is so beautiful. And comes under the weird place in the world. Constructed in the 19th century, is famed for its unique construction accuracy, with the bridge and its reflection merging into a complete and perfect stone circle. No matter where you see it from. Spooky. I don't think it is spooky. It's kind of like I'd feel like I was going into a different realm. Hey, Christina, how are you? Oh, thank you, hon. Thank you. Yeah, me too. Me too. Because my hubby had an experience. And hey, Rainbow, how are you? How are you? But that's why I'm asking. I mean, since it happened like a week ago. I said a little bit about it on here last week sometime, I think. Could have. I don't know. But it's really got me thinking. Really got me thinking. I mean, it's definitely, it's definitely mind-boggling. So I'd love to hear all your guys' opinions. Like I said, I'm going to have a panel. Because it's been mind-boggling. You ever have something happen like that and you just you can't stop thinking about it and why it happens and how it happens, and it's just, I don't know. Or how they open up, or I don't know. Okay. Anyway, this place I would love to go here. I really would. I know, aren't those weird? Flamingo just petrified right there on the thing. Is in fact one of the weirdest places in the world. This is probably why the bridge is also known as the Devil's Bridge. It seems that the makers of the bridge emphasized more on its aesthetics than utility. Both the ends of the resin brick have thin rock spires installed to make it look like natural basalt columns, and commonly occur that a commonly which commonly occur. See, my brain's already. I'm telling you, it's trying to say liqueur, and I don't know why. Not even a drinker. Um, occur in many parts of Germany. So this is located in Germany. The best time to visit is May and through September. Fly to Dresden and then take a train to Gumlitz. From Dresden, and I know I'm saying this all wrong, and I'm sorry. I apologize. And I'm German, so from there you can take a taxi to the Devil's Bridge. Do we all guess at that, Christina? Well, see, that's the thing, Christina. I would close it up and everything. It hasn't happened. It hasn't happened since. But I want it open to figure it out, if that makes sense. When it comes to stuff like that, I'm like very curious and I want to explore it all. My scientific mind comes out and all that. So, oh no, Rainbow. That's okay. We're still here. The next one is Spotted Lake Kuluk, puddles of water. Well, I'm used to things not coming out of it. I'm used to things coming out of our mirror downstairs when we had our room downstairs. Um, and we definitely put some steps in front of it, and I closed that up and opened it when I needed to or wanted to or whatnot. But the staff's kept it well maintained. But this is just weird. It is a weird thing to happen to the hubby, and like he's not very. When things happen to him, he was like he gets. He's at that stage where he believes it still scares him a little. I mean, it's sometimes scares us all, right? We are human, no matter how long you've been in the business. But he looks to me to explain things, and not everything I can explain, you know? So I like getting to the bottom of things, and the way it happened was very odd. We have shadow people all over this hotel. So that I'm so used to, it's not even funny. I see people darting a little boy darts back and forth when I'm downstairs working. There are people walking all over this place. Housekeepers still haunt here. Yay! All right, rainbow. So there's a lot of stuff that goes on here, a lot of residual, basically. But when something like that happens, it's like, I'm glad it's happening to our room and nobody else's. They have things happen in like the kitchen and everything like that. But I think we pick it up more because they know that we can see them or hear them or understand what's going on. That's just my take. I could be totally wrong. So the next thing is Spotted Lake Kuluk. It's the most mineralized lake in the world, another bizarre place that makes it to the weirdest place across the world. The lake is spotted with 365 separate pools arranged in a strange mosaic-like pattern. Each of these spots holds a unique and highly concentrated chemical content and is said to cure different diseases. Definitely one of the nicer, strangest places in the world. So that would be weird. I mean, all these, even the different color, that's so wild. And like I said, this is Location is northwest of, it's in British Columbia. Best time to visit is April to October. Fly to British Columbia and take a bus or train to Oisios. Yeah, we do, Stephen, but there's also things that you can't explain, you know? I know things happen to me that has not been my imagination. But that's just me. Slope Point, windy spot. I don't want, no, that's like the North Slope up here. It's very windy, and I wouldn't want to go up there. Slope Point in South Ireland's southmost point is another of the strange places in the world. The forest here is home to trees that are permanently twisted and windblown thanks to the intense Antarctic gust. Windy much? This is one of the windiest, strange places in the world. The site is all more intensified by the rugged cliffs eroded by the strong winds in time, and the place is used for sheep farming, though there are no houses around. That's wild. Another high point of this place is the AA signpost that's installed here showing the distance to the equator. That's weird. Yeah, exactly, Christina. When you get that validation, it's like, holy hell, I wasn't hearing things. I totally get that. Totally get that. It's pretty freaking wild. I wonder, that must be where like they all bunker down, the sheep. That's wild. So this is in New Zealand. The best time to visit is December to February. Right? I hear you, Rainbow. Dead Flea, the beautiful yet dead forest. The name Dead Flea means dead marsh, and this place is also known as Duvai. Again, sorry if I'm pronouncing this wrong. It is a sun-blackened dead forest in a white clay pan, which is basically a dried oasis. An amazing yet counted as one of the strangest places in the world, the lack of water forces the roots of the trees to come outside looking for moisture. Oh, that would be wild. The struggle is real. This place is surrounded by rust orange giant sand dunes that form a constant backdrop. My God. See? Every time I have the weekend off and I don't do anything, my mouth forgets how to talk. The place is surrounded by rust orange paint sand dunes that form a contrasting backdrop. The place is also said to be surrounded by the highest sand dunes in the world. Location, Nambaya. Best time to visit. In case, any of you guys want to visit these places, that's why I'm saying the best time to visit. And I'll tell you how to get there. Best time to visit here is March to May, and how to reach, you fly to Namibia, and take a bus or taxi to the park. So if any of you guys get to go to any of these places, definitely let me know. So number 7 is Underwater Park, fun below the water. This list wouldn't be complete without some underwater beauties. One of the most weird places in the world, located in the Green Lake in Trigos. This is not just a gimmick, but a genuine park that goes underwater during the spring. After all, the scuba divers need to rest and relax. It's considered one of the most fabulous waters to dive in around Europe due to the rarest natural phenomenon in the world, in one of the most beautiful lakes in Austria. Have you booked your tickets yet? This is in Austria. The best time to visit is April to May. Fly to Vienna and take the train to Bruck and Der Mar using the OEBB. And from there, you can take the bus 175 that will give you to the lake in 35 minutes. Hey, Lunar, how you doing? Yeah, Christine, I'm telling you, it's definitely nothing like malevolent. You know what I mean? It's just shadow people all over. It's then you hear that, you hear when we first got here, you could hear the doors rattle like the housekeepers were checking the rooms. It's so wild. I love it here though. Good to hear, Luna. Good to hear. I really want to go to this place. This is the Eternal Flame Falls, Natural's unique phenomena. Phenomena. Do, 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 do. Phenomena. Sorry. The Eternal Flame Falls is one of the most craziest places in the world. However, it is a quaint waterfall located in Shell Creek Preserve, which is a section of the Chestnut Ridge Park in western New York. Lived in western New York all my life, never knew this existed. So one of these days when I go back home, I am definitely going to check it out. A small item on the waterfall's base emits natural gas. Interestingly, it can be lit to produce a flame. The flame is visible all year round. It can be extinguished and must occasionally be relit. The flame is fueled by natural gases and burns bright under a waterfall. Oh, really, Christina? Probably not now, yeah. I don't know. It might be. Best time to visit is April to October. So, okay, fly to New York and take a train to Buffalo. From here, take a train or bus to, oh, it's in Orchard Park. Well, hell, I can go catch a Bills game at Orchard Park and then check out the waterfall. How sad is that? Hey, Shrimp Chat, how are you? How are you doing today? But see, there you go. I can catch a Bills game and go to the park. All my life lived there, never knew that existed. How sad is that? Yeah, you're on Long Island. Yeah, you're on the other side of the New York. Well, I'm on the other side of the world now, but but one of these times when I go back there. Hey, Andy. No problem. No problem. You're here now. That's all that matters. Thanks for coming. How you doing? So, yeah. Take a train or bus to Orchard Park where the falls are located. I can't believe that's so wild. Crazy. You never know what's around you. You know what I mean? It makes you think, what the hell's around me? Um, Tunnel of Love, walk amidst the greenery. A section of the Industrial Railway in Ukraine, this green leafy tunnel seems like something out of the fairy tale. It's known for being a favorite place for couples to take morning or evening strolls. If you're planning to surprise your significant other on Valentine's Day, ditch the usual trip to Disneyland and book your trip to the Ukraine. Oh my God, Ukraine. You will not be disappointed by everything that the Ukraine has to offer, especially if your reason is to visit to see one of the weirdest places in the world. The beauty of Tunnel Love will astonish you. And I'm sure it would. It looks beautiful. Right, Lunar? Right, Stephen? Hey, you never know, right? You never know. I mean, there's just so much beauty in the world. I'm tongue tied every day, Lunar. I'm telling you, this is what I mean. I take the weekend off and I don't do any videos or anything like that. And then Monday morning, I forget how to talk. Because, I mean, basically, all weekend, what me and my husband say to each other is we look at each other and go, smoke? And we're like, yeah. And we go down and have a cigarette. Never ran so fast in all your life. Would you run all the way here, Andy? That's a long way to run. Mhm. Oh, okay. On to the next. That is a beautiful. It looks like a piece of art to me. Christ of the Abyss. Explore underwater. Oh, that makes sense. If you went to the city, yeah. I mean, all us New Yorkers walk fast, but not as fast as New York City peeps. So, Christ of the Abyss, explore underwater. This 2.50 meters. You read that right. It's 2.50 meters tall. What is that in our terminology? How big is 2.5 meters? I'm not good with this shit. um, the bronze statue of Jesus Christ, which is underwater, a favorite place for deep sea divers, and definitely one of the 8 foot 4 inches. Okay, thank you. See, that's why I love you guys. That's why I love you guys. You guys help me out so much. um, a favorite place for deep sea divers, and definitely one of the strange places around the world situated underwater. It is submerged bronze statue of Jesus Christ by Guido Galilei and is one of the best tourist spots in Italy for thrill seekers. The original copy of the same is located in the Mediterranean Sea off of St. Frutoso, and I know I'm saying that right, sorry, between Camalogi and Portofino. Location, Italy. Best time to visit is May to June. Fly to Milan. Take a train to Genoa City. See, from there, take a taxi, bus, or another train to either Portofino or Cambologgia. Book a diving tour here to swim down and see the Christ of the Abyss. Yeah, Lunar's in the middle. I'm from Western New York, between Rochester and Buffalo, or as we call it, Rottenchester and Buffalo. And then Christina's in the city. We got New York covered, and Lunar's in the middle. Well, you know what? That's the funny thing about Christina. I don't do planes either. Well, I never did. I came up here in 2016 to Alaska. I'd never flown before. So I'm like, I'm coming from New York. That's a long freaking plane, right? Plane ride. So I took the Greyhound bus from Buffalo to Seattle and then flew Seattle to Anchorage. Because because my way of thinking was, if I'm going to freak out on a plane, I don't want it to be on a long flight. I want it to be on a short flight. Yeah, 3 days, Lunar. 3 days. But now I love flying. Not the little planes, not Raven. Not Raven, even though. Yes, he bribed me up here with pictures. He's a bad boy. He basically came up here to work the canneries, which is fast money. Not gonna lie. I mean, you can make $22,000 in 3 months. Um, so he came up here to work the canneries, and then that year they didn't have any. They didn't have a lot of salmon. Like, he worked 19 hours in 3 months. It was definitely a bad season, and so He found another job and here at the restaurant, and he basically said, "Do you want me to save up and come home, or picture, do you want to come up here?" And I had never been to the West Coast in my life, and this is about the west, the most north, and the most east coast you can get. So I came up here. Yes, that's what it was, Andy. It was an experience. It was my first airplane ride. It was also my first. I took the L train in Seattle. That was my first. Yes, that's what it was. He sent me. Yeah, he said you need to come to Alaska. Or you're not going to see him. So I made it here, and it's the best move of my life. Do I miss my kids? Yes, absolutely. I miss them every second they're not around me. But um, we've done good up here for almost being 4 years. We've done really good up here, and someday my kids will get up here. um, and speaking of that, hi Danielle, if you're watching me the other day, Friday, I think she's messaged me and said, I had you on the big TV. So just in case she has me on a big TV, hi my Danielle, I love you. It's my bugaboo. So yeah, it's a damn good move. I love it. I'm still in awe every time I go out for a cigarette to look at the mountains and everything. I'm still at awe over that. Nothing has nothing has said I hate being here. You know what I mean? You ever get in those, like in New York, I'm like, I hate being in New York. I've never said that about Alaska. Well, that's true. That's true. I mean, I could have gone to the Adirondacks, right? Um, but it's a different feel up here. It's a different way of life. I mean, this Alaska is like the lower 48 states 10 years ago, maybe even 20 years ago. Everybody has a helping hand. Somebody slides through, because we know tourists, because Alaska does become like one sheet of ice during the winter months. And if people like slide through it back home, if somebody slid through a stop sign, you'd get pulled over. The cop would be right there. At least I would be. You know what I mean? Would cause an accident. Here, they're used to it. And you got people, you slide through a stop sign and come to a stop. You know what I mean? People stop their cars and make sure you're okay. I mean, it's beautiful. People are absolutely beautiful up here. No lie. Last year, my husband, he was going to get, I don't know, he's going to get some food order or something. He was walking. He slipped and fell. Three cars pulled over to make sure he was okay. I mean, it's beautiful. Hey, diary. No problem, hon. I mean, it's beautiful. The people, it's back in the day, like I said, where people take um no, you know what's funny, Christina? You really want to know what's funny? It's warmer up here in the wintertime because it's dry. It's warmer up here. Like our 40 degrees is like 60 degrees back home. I mean, it's awesome. It really is. I can wear a hoodie all through winter. I mean, there's some days, don't get me wrong, where the wind blows. When the wind blows, that's when it feels like a New York winter. But it's warmer up here. I could wear a hoodie on a normal day. You wouldn't think that, but it's true. And the best part about it, You can sweep the snow with a broom. But with the snow up here, you have to sweep it. You have to get to it fast because if you let it go, say you don't want to shovel and you let it go overnight, the night winds are very cold. So it's like it goes straight to like glacier ice. So you have to make sure you keep up with the shoveling. But you can sweep the snow with a broom. Yeah, it's all dry and powdery. That's why we get all the skiers. And Valdez, where I am, is the snowiest part of Alaska. It's where all the skiers come to ski. So yeah, pretty freaking cool. I love it here. I absolutely love it. And the people make it the best. Like just it's awesome. Wow, really, Christine? That's cool. See, that's what it yeah. Oh no, it's nothing for us to get like 300 inches. We haven't gotten 300 inches in a while, but like I shared a video or a picture on um my Facebook and it had like these long things. They almost look like street lights. I asked everybody, what do you think those are? And matter of fact, Freaky Geek saw them and was like, street lights? And it's like, no, those are snow measurers. Yeah, I miss home. I do. I'm not gonna lie. I miss home, but you just can't beat it up here. I feel so relaxed. It's so, you're relaxed. There's no hustle and bustle. You can go fishing, go salmon fishing, which is wild. I'd never been salmon fishing until I came up here. Or halibut fishing. I've never been halibut fishing though. You can go out and see sea lions and sea otters and whales. Oh my. It's fun. I love it here. Not gonna lie, I love it. Absolutely love it here. So to get back to what I was talking about, the Silver Rift experienced the two continents underwater. And there's no, like where I am, there's no coronavirus. Yeah, I mean, we all worry, definitely. I worry about my kids back home. I can understand that. Definitely. Definitely. You know, obviously, you know, I worry about my son every day being out on the front lines. Yes, it does have beautiful landscapes. Definitely. Hey, Lucas, how you doing? How you doing over there in my D Live? What's going on? But yeah, I absolutely love it here. I do. Right, right, Christina. I get it. I get it. I totally get it because, I sit there and say, I'm proud to sit there and tell people I'm a New Yorker. You know what I mean? Although I don't have the speech like you all do, you know, New York, you want a quarter for your water, you know. Although I found out that when I do get upset, my New York comes out in me, which I never had before. But I think that's mainly growing up around Italians, you know. Okay, Andy, hurry back. There he is. He's over in YouTube now. Oh, your son. Okay. No, my son is in the National Guard. And he just got activated to New York City. but he's doing good. Welcome back. Welcome back. Right. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah. You saw it? I totally get what you're saying. This is true, Andy. This is true. It's where my husband was when he was in the Marines. It is, Stephen. It's like the Army. It is through the Army. But it's homeland, like, whenever there's a hurricane relief. You know what I mean? Whenever there's like a hurricane or whatnot, he chose to help people at home, if that makes sense. The National Guard helps people in the homeland. But it is through the Army, yes. Right. Yeah. Exactly. Exactly. The Silver Rift experienced the two continents underwater. See, now this is cool to me. I don't know if it's cool to anybody else, but to experience two different continents and two tectonic plates, namely the North America and the Eurasian plates, it occupies an area of approximately 600 to 200 meters. It is touted to, touted to be one of the most unique phenomena on Earth. Snorkeling in Silver Rift is one of Iceland's awesomest experiences. Make sure to indulge in the trip to Iceland. You'll be blown away by the beauty of the natural marvel. To me, that's just so cool. Well, yeah, duh, Andy. You got to have some risk in your life, man. What do you know? I'm used to earthquakes. Well, nobody's ever used to earthquakes, but being up here, that is one thing, Christina, I will say. Yeah, we have earthquakes up here. I told myself forever ago that I'll never move to California because of all the earthquakes, and boom, here I am in Alaska where we have tons of them. But yeah, to me, it's just, I don't know, the foundation, knowing that there's two, North America and Europe. I mean, that's freaking awesome to me. Right, Andy? See, is that what you guys call it there? Is Irish roulette? We've always called it Russian roulette. I work in sports leisure. Oh, okay. Yeah, we're basically, see, like here, even though we're basically shut down, you know what I mean? The hotel part of it, but I still go down and work on the groups and that because I got to take care of all the cancellations. That's my job. I work with the groups and the tourist companies and all that. Well, true, Christina. That's true. Oh, okay. All right. My bad. See, I got it now. I got it. That makes a lot of sense there. See, it just, I don't know, things like that stick out to me, and I got to ask, right? The River of Five Colors. Keno crystals? I'm not, because even though I worked here, I took a year off from working here. If I didn't take the year off, I could get unemployment. But I since I took the year off, I didn't have enough workable hours. So I can't get unemployment. My husband does though. Hey Cassie, how are you, hon? Welcome, welcome. So Cano Crystals, the river of five colors. Awesome. Good to hear, Cassie. Good to hear. In the summer months, this Colombian river turns red, counted as the most weirdest place in the world. The riverbed is covered by a unique species of plant, and that it turns red. Another one of those mysterious places on Earth underwater. The river is commonly called the River of Five Colors or the Liquid Rainbow. It's been called the most beautiful water body on Earth. It can make a time lapse here of the water cascading down the rocks. That's wild. It looks like ketchup and mustard. They didn't give you a best time to visit, so apparently it's any time. Location is in Colombia, and you can fly there and then take a local tour of the natural park. Jellyfish Lake. Now, that's not a place I would want to. Jellyfish, I don't know. Jellyfish scare the hell out of me. Although I do see jellyfish when we're down fishing, I see dead ones floating in that, but they still scare the hell out of me. Right, Andy? That's what I thought. I know it does. It does. There are 70 marine lakes located in this region. What makes Jellyfish Lake stand apart from the rest is that it contains jellyfish. Too many of them. It was closed for public in 2012 owing to the missing population of jellyfish in this lake, one of the weirdest places across the world for sure. Scientists assumed that it was the end of this beautiful lake, but the population of jellyfish grew in recent years and hasn't once again, years, and it has once again been open to the public. It's in Palu. Oh, no, yeah, we don't do spiders. We don't do spiders. No. Or I should say, we don't do spiders well. Then you got Blood Falls. Witness the red flow. Amidst the unending witness of the snow, Blood Falls provides a creepy relief. The water is red in color due to the presence of huge amounts of iron. Definitely making the list of the strangest places in the world, according to Forbes. The mysterious surrounding Blood Falls have been solved. According to the researchers of the University of Alaska, the red coloring is due to oxidized iron in brine saltwater, the same process that gives the iron dark red color when it rusts. Right, Andy? That is funny. That is funny. I don't do daddy longlegs. I do all right. It's other spiders. Painted Hills. Witness the nature's painting. How pretty is that, though? It looks like one of those sand things you used to do as a kid. You know, with the sand in the jars and you pour it in different colors. That's so pretty. That is pretty. How often do you come across a place and simply is left awestruck by its beauty? Painted Hills is one of the weirdest places across the world. Don't believe us? Book a trip to Oregon right away and see for yourself. Hey, that's not too far away. I just can't get out of Valdez. Yeah, exactly, Christina. Yeah, I remember doing them at the fairs, definitely. Well, I wanted to do that and get a goldfish, because you have to have a goldfish. We promise you'll change your mind after you find in every Oregon travel guide and when you see it for yourself. Painted hills of John Day fossil beds, the presence of minerals stain the hills in hues myriad hues. The ever-changing light and moisture levels affect the yellows, reds, golds, and blacks. I don't know, to be honest with you, Andy. I don't know what that is. I mean, in New York, we have the Erie Canal. I haven't been here long enough to know. What's around me in the States, if that makes sense. I think this is cool too. I see this all the time. Confluence of Rhone and Arve rivers see the merge. There is a defined contrast between these two rivers of Switzerland. One is blue and the other is brown. They never fully mix due to the difference in density. They mix in Geneva, which is situated in Switzerland. It is hard to walk by this beautiful marvel of nature and not feel overwhelmed by whatever nature has to offer. Go ahead and Google search this place to check out beautiful pictures of this place. You'll be blown away by the beauty of one of the most scenic places in Switzerland. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about because one of our good friends, he worked in the naval yard there, so I know what you're talking about. I just don't know where or what it's on. But but I understand it. That's pretty wild. But that's pretty wild that happened. So yeah, so I don't know for some reason this is just beautiful to me. Just beautiful to me how God, that looks like a painting too. So the best time to visit is March to June. Fly to Geneva and either take a taxi or walk to there. That's awesome. That's so pretty. I could see myself just sitting there hanging out right there. Right there. Hell yeah. This is beautiful too. Sea of stars walking down the glowing water. Bioluminescent sea plankton that shines bright blue during the night makes the sea area Evahadu Island look like the Sea of Stars. The Sea of Stars attracts millions of tourists every year. The tourist footfall seems to be the only increasing after the sea was featured in far and few Bollywood and Hollywood films. The Maldives is listed as one of the cheapest destinations in the world, and this beach is one of the weirdest places across the world. So what's stopping you? The coronavirus? I can't go anywhere. You know, um, yeah, that is beautiful. Electric blue, yes. Almost a cobalt blue, which is my favorite color. But yeah, all the sea plankton is bioluminescent. So, wow, really? That's wild, Andy. Isn't that gorgeous? I love it. I love it. Yeah. It really is a beautiful blue. Okay. So this place I would never go because I'm scared of heights. Yeah, Andy, that's what they were saying. Yeah, a lot of different bioluminescent stuff going on in there, which is really cool. The Hashun Mountain Road to Heaven. Oh wow, really? That's wild. That's wild, Andy. Really, Christina? I never put that together. I never That's so funny. That's so funny. But I am not trucking on that thing. That thing is no, that's who would want to do that? Is it just me or that just it looks like there's big staples in there. What's weird about the Hashu Mountain, you say? Well, look closely, and the end of this treacherous, death-defying trail in China is a mere tea house. Well, that tea better be freaking made of gold. Um, but this Mount Hashun plank walk in the sky is famed for its adrenaline-raising effects. It is known as the road to heaven. When you walk the plank here on one of the strangest places on earth, right? I know, right? See, I'm not. That's true, Andy. Maybe that's I no. There's no way in hell you would catch me walking across that. No way in hell. You want some tea? You go get it yourself, because I'm not. There's no way. It looks like it's put together with big ass staples and wood. Uh No. Diary's back. All right, we'll do two more of these, and then I'll put the link in so we can panel it up a little bit, talk about some paranormal crap, and see what's going on in the world today. This 19th one is Nelson Lakes National Park. Beauty. Witness the beauty. That is gorgeous. God, all these national parks. Do you get extremely excited about jungle safaris and walking tours in the national park in general? This one might just surprise you with its quirkiness. There is an interesting blue lake at Nelson Lake National Park, one of the weirdest places in the world. But what's weird about it? How you fact that the lake is so clear that you can see all the way to the bottom and you can't even make out the depths. Go ahead, visit it. We dare you. Don't blame us for your minds being blown to smithereens. I'll say the latter, Christine. I think we're just smarter and wouldn't climb up that. We talk to people that have passed on. We don't want to be part of that. People that are being passed on. Aren't they gorgeous, Cassie? I know, man. Yeah, exactly. Diary. So this is in New Zealand. The best time to visit is December to February. But that's gorgeous. Yeah. I mean, not even being able to tell the depth because it's so clear that it looks like it's right there, but it's not. Yeah, exactly. Hopefully, my thing is, Andy, if that happens, hopefully, hopefully I end up passing out. And I want to go here so bad. Number 20 is Giant Crystal Cave. See the real beauty. Look at all that. That's freaking awesome. Giant Crystal Cave in Nicaea Mine is also one of the weird places of the world. Deep down in the bowels of Earth, these huge shiny mineral pillars are enough to make you feel claustrophobic. This mammoth structure has been growing underneath Mexico for more than 500,000 years. It makes for an exceptional case study in how organisms survive in extreme heat and humidity. All nature lovers must visit the place at least once. Yes, I want to go to that so bad. Right, Christina? I know. When I saw it, I thought the same thing. That's so funny. That's so funny. That's just so. Does that say fly to Chihuahua? Is there a Chihuahua in Mexico? I don't know. Ron was here. Hey, Mike, how are ya? How are you doing, hon? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Oh, you don't like going underground, Andy? See, now I'm all right with that. I'm all right to go underground and explore things, especially when it comes to like crystals and shit like that. Oh yeah, I'm good with that. I'm doing good, Mike. Thank you so much for asking. There's Ron. I knew he was there. All right, so I'm going to put the link in chat. Maybe if I can find it. Hold on. I got to remember what I'm doing here. Let's see. Okay, I'll bring you a sample out. Those caves are awesome. I love those. I would definitely. So my question today is, well, I have a couple of them. I always have a couple questions, right? So to you guys, do you think we have I forgot where to put the link. There we go. Do you think we have just weird portals around the world? Or do you think we have like mini portals? How do you think that works? I'll tell you what happened. And some of you have heard me talk about this before last week. My husband, and it got my brain thinking so much. I mean, I've sat here and thought about this stuff many times, like why it's happening, why it's whatever. What happened was, now we have like a little sidewall in between our living room and our kitchen. My husband was sitting there and he goes, I swear to God, a hand reached out through the wall and then backed up real quick. Yes, weird pornos around the world. We all know, I'm sure that there's weird pornos around the world there, Andy. Now, he said it either one of two things. It was smaller than an adult's hand, so it was like a teenager's hand. He goes, it reminded me because it was like going through and grabbing at the cupboards and then busted, got pulled back. But in my mind's eye, I can see, I didn't see it, obviously, but in my mind's eye, I can see this hand coming out and like this is new. It almost had that feeling of what is out there. Like kind of like when you, I don't know if you guys seen Lock and Key, but it kind of reminded me of that. Like when he was going through, when you first go through the mirror, when he stuck his hand through the mirror and pulled it back. That's what I'm saying, Cassie. I want to know what, you know. Right. True, diary. True. I can understand that. Here's the link if anybody wants to come up. I thought I shared it, but apparently I didn't. And apparently it's not going to go through on. Oh, there it is. Okay. So impatient. My other question is, do you feel that it's more the paranormal since this whole lockdown began? Do you think the paranormal's more, or there's more going on in the paranormal world, or are we just open? Right? Yeah, I totally. All right, Andy, no problem. Is that what it is? We're just going nuts. Opened up in your friend, Christina? Or opened up on the person that was doing the EVPs? Oh, boop. I heard a boop. There he is.
Sorry about that. I got
Hey,
gas.
Andy.
No
problem.
Sorry.
Can everybody hear Andy? Make sure everything is working right, because it is my stream and that often likes to go.
Look,
Cassie, that's a good question.
Can't get to a hairdresser. Got bruised droop of the hair.
Right? My volume's down for some reason. There we go. So what's going on?
Theory. If all this paranormal stuff is interdimensional beings, and they have the capability to appear, disappear at will, do portals even exist anyway? And if they do, is it not them that controls them?
I don't know. See, I get thinking one way and then something turns me in complete opposite. And yes, Diarrhea, you have spoken many times about this. Yeah, it's this new thing coming through with everybody, I feel. But I just, I believe we're creators of our own world. That's what I believe. And I think a lot of it, I don't know. There's so much I got running through my mind when it comes to stuff like this. I believe in, parallel universes.
Yep.
I believe in vibrations up and down. I believe in,
oh, yes,
all that good stuff. And I feel like the more higher up you vibrate, the more, obviously, the more things you see and feel and experience.
And the sooner your batteries run out.
What's that?
And the sooner that your batteries run out.
Right. And
in your body clock that tells you how long you got left.
Right. I can understand that.
It's a bit like a car engine. You drive it under 2,000 revs its whole life, it's probably going to last you a real long time. You redline every gear, you're not going to have it many years, are you?
Right. Definitely. But it's like one of those things where, to me, like doppelgangers are us from different parallel universes. And we're in the midst of our vibration, just, amping us up or going down, whatever. And to me, that's what doppelgangers are. But this whole thing of this portal thing really messed me up with his hand coming through. It really messed me up to where I'm like, what is going on?
Was it actually a portal, or was it just something just coming? I'm not being funny. They're, for want of better words, non-physical beings. Yeah. If they were, they would be held in by doors, walls, windows, stuff like that. But by all accounts, they just walk through them like they're not even there.
Right.
Almost like we are the mist of their reality.
And that's what's different from this one.
Yeah. And was it actually a portal, or was it just putting his hand out for a bus in its own dimension?
It almost, I get it. The way I look at it in my third eye is I feel that it was like putting, like putting your hand through something you don't know. Because as soon as, like Eddie said, as soon as he saw the hand and realized like what it was, it went back like, oh shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But that means it could see through the wall to see your husband looking at it.
Right. Yeah, that's true. See? This is why I talk to you guys about it.
Just to mess yourself up even further.
Mm-hmm.
Don't snort it all over your screen.
I know, see? Thank God for my guard. But it's true though. It's stuff like that. That's why I love talking to all you guys about this stuff, is because I love hearing. I
It's the
thought I was
same.
hearing an echo diary, but I thought it was me.
That's probably me. I'm sort of renowned for it. Let's turn this down a bit. Trouble is, I got really loud tinnitus. It's like a high pressure air hose with a pinhole in it, 24/7.
Oh, oh man.
That's
I'm
what
so
woke me
sorry
up
to
from
hear
my
that.
sleep earlier.
Yeah.
I don't
I'm
get the
sorry to
ringing
hear
noise.
that.
It's just like a
That
constant
sucks.
piss. That's why when people put their spirit boxes on, I just switch off and go and make a coffee or something, because I can't hear anything anyway.
Right,
You're
right,
talking about white noise on top of white noise. It just accentuates what's already going on in my ears.
right. Oh, I can imagine, or I can imagine, I should say. Thank you, Cassie. I try.
You been to any
I
rock
heard
concerts?
that too, Mike, but it's not the feel. I go, when I'm learning something new or I am researching, it's hard to explain, but like when I'm researching, because I'm an empath, I go on my gut instinct, my feelings, how I feel about the situation, what resonates with me. And that just don't resonate with me, that there are evil twin for some reason. I don't know why. It just don't resonate with me. Hey, Prince Charming, how you doing?
Hi, Prince. Here's one for you. The other day I was chatting over Skype, just on text message, with a paranormal friend of mine. And I'm sitting here, slumped down in the chair like I am now. And on the back of my collar, I get tug, tug, tug. And at first, I thought it was my son crept into the house. He's 24 and he's chip off the old block. He's not all there. Um, and I looked around, getting ready to swear at him. Nothing there. Come back, another message sent. Tug, tug, tug. Look around again, still nothing there. And I'm thinking, maybe there's that trapped nerve in the back of my neck playing up. The next set of tugs actually pulled like the V of the collar up. That was the last ones. When I
Wow.
spoke to Mary about it, it was my mum come visit.
Ah.
She knew it was happening when it was happening.
Wow. See, I know. Mary's awesome for that. She really is. Same with Diary. Same with a lot of people in this community. And they're all here to help, which I love. That's why I love coming on here. You
Yeah.
know?
You know that photo I sent you?
Yeah.
Well, the guy I was talking to, one of his best mates, is seriously into cameras and he's got all sorts of software for them. He enhanced it for me so that you can see what is better, or you can see better what is actually on the photograph.
Right.
I just bounced it over to you on Facebook.
Oh, okay.
It
Is
is a
it okay if
world
I share
difference
it
from
or
the original. Yeah, you can share it. I've shared it
okay.
numerous times already with people.
That's definitely fascinating.
That wasn't there until beginning of September 2004. Yeah, that photograph was taken around about 74ish.
Let me see. You sent it to the page, right?
No, I sent it to you on Messenger,
Oh, okay.
which means you got to open that and get your 30,000 messages that you don't want saying, here's a friendship flower. They're getting on my tits at the moment. It's
Facebook is
National
so
Brother
slow for
Week.
me. I don't see it.
I did leave a link on that bit you posted this morning about Area 51.
I did see that. I have to go and check that out again, but I did see that.
The best video of him is, I think it's called something like At the Granada Center, the other space program. The video quality is crap, but the entertainment value of it is hilarious.
Huh. Oh, okay, there we go. Hold on 1 second. Let me go ahead and.
Before you open it, just scroll up to the original and then scroll back to that one.
Okay. That's stupid, I tell you. Facebook, for some reason, is the only problem I have with. Wow.
Yeah, seriously data heavy Facebook is. The
Yeah.
whole computer can be running fine, but Facebook is dragging all sorts.
Wow. That is
You
wild.
like that, do you?
Oh my God. All right. Let me go ahead and I'm opening them up in separate things because I want people to see the original, then obviously the new one.
Anyone who's offended by teenagers nude sunbathing better turn away now.
All right, let me blow them up a little bit. There we go. Okay. Now I got to remember how to do this. Because I usually have that on this screen. All right, here we go. So.
That's me aged 8 or 10 sat on the front of my dad's boat.
There's the first picture. And obviously you can see something there, but you can't.
That splodge directly to the right of my elbow was a water splash that my sister got on the Polaroid.
Okay.
She got out of the boat as we went into a beach.
Y'all ready for the second photo? This is so cool. Look at that.
And it even looks like I got the start of a halo there.
Yeah.
That didn't last long.
That is so wild. That is so wild. No, Prince, you're not disturbing. Why would you be disturbing us?
You want disturbing, Prince? Get in my head.
Oh, okay. Wait a minute. He was telling a story. That is so cool, though. That is. I appreciate you sharing that with us. Really.
The difference was made though on the photographs.
That is amazing. And you couldn't see any of that. You were just seeing the.
That was taken when I was about 8 or 10 years old. Yeah.
Right.
I'm 55 now. None of that began to appear until 2004.
Wow.
My sister she has kept that photograph from when it's an old Polaroid. You know the one,
Right.
Pull it out, shake it, open it.
Yes. Yeah. Of course.
Well, she's kept that in a brown envelope since she got home from that trip on the boat. And she happened to find it at the beginning of September 2004. On August the 10th, I tried to commit suicide. I'd done my wrists, I took 3 months worth of prescription meds, the works. And I woke up the next day in hospital. I was not happy. But that started to appear, or it was noticeably starting to appear a couple of weeks later.
Wow. That's so cool. So cool.
I want to know why it's wearing an eye patch.
That's true. Yeah. I mean, there's so many, like, I don't know. There's just different aspects of what you can see in there.
And something I didn't realize till I showed it to my mate. It's not just the photograph that changed. It's the digital scan, and they both changed at the same rate.
Oh.
Because on the original, there's quite a lot of pink.
Right.
That wasn't there. I'm heading south at south at that point, and that's probably midday, so the sun's directly overhead, you're not going to get pink cloud anywhere.
Right, right.
It's only when it gets low on the horizon, and if it was low on the horizon, it would be dark, because where that's taken, you'd be shaded from the sunset by that. It's not quayside, it's like a big pier, a wharf.
Right.
You'd be shaded from the sunset by that, and what red cloud there would be off to the west, not due south of you. And the
Wow.
pink that started to appear first was off to like the southeast, like heading to the left.
Right.
And the pinkness spread on both the digital scan and the original at the same time, and that image started to come through on both at the same time. I mean,
That's
mate, he's
wild.
seriously into the paranormal, and he said he's never heard of that happening before.
Right, right. It's
One or the
definitely
other,
odd.
not both.
Wow. That is so cool, though.
Yeah.
I mean, something from that long ago that you never noticed or, never seen.
And why would it suddenly?
Yeah.
If you consider that took about 2 years or so, maybe even 4, to get to that stage. The original photograph that you saw there, it took about
Right.
2 to 4 years to get to that level of clarity. Why would it suddenly start doing it? So as you could see, there was some change happening. Because when I was first shown it, I went, it's just a photograph,
Right,
And
right.
then when I was showing it again a month later, you could see a definite difference from when you'd last seen it.
That's so wild. Yeah, I mean, there's got to see. This is where
Why
if
would it
I had a
happen directly after trying to end your own life?
what's that?
Why would it happen directly? Because it was probably happening before it was seen to be happening. Yeah, it's in a brown paper envelope. As such, it was seen at the beginning of September, so it probably started to happen very shortly before that.
Right.
So immediately after trying to end my own life, that photograph of me as a child starts to get that image on it.
See, there definitely could be a significance to that. Why it changed, you know what I mean? Like, I think I kind of like the feeling I'm getting from it is like you opened the veil. You've seen past the veil. Do you know what I mean?
Remind me that there's something in life that I've got to do, and until I've done it, I ain't got a hope in hell of dying.
Right. I agree with that. I honestly do.
But if I prove them wrong, who the hell am I going to tell?
That's true. But yeah, I definitely, and I think it's a reminder. Like people that are, suicide survivors or even, anybody that's had like near death experience.
Yeah.
We get those little reminders every once in a while. At least I do. And other people that I've talked to,
Well, you see that coffee table behind me over there?
Yeah. Yeah.
Just to that side of it on the floor where my fingertip is now. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I was a naughty boy last April, May. I went candy flipping. Do you know what candy flipping is?
I have no clue.
Ecstasy and acid in a cocktail.
Okay. Gotcha.
And about 15, 20 minutes after taking it, I get the feeling I'm being watched. Which at first I'm like, oh shit, don't tell me this is going to be some sort of paranoid session.
Right, right.
It's going to be going 12, 15 hours, It's not like doing mushroom tea for 4 or 5 hours. And it was weird because I live on my own. My kids are grown up. What I do within these 4 walls is nobody's business but mine. Yeah.
Right, right.
I don't go outside when I'm off my face. I stay in here, and 9 times out of 10, I just stare at that wall. I check the windows, check the doors. They're all shut and locked. I've already checked with my kids to make sure nobody's going to need a lift. I've checked with my ex-wife to make sure she ain't going to need one. And they always know that if I'm checking with them, if they're going to need a lift that night, they're out of luck. I'm just being polite about it.
Right, right.
I then drew the blinds across, turned them around, and I'm still sitting there, and I've still got this feeling like I'm being watched. But the only way I can describe it is go back to your school days, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Your best friends just told you that one of the boys in the class has got a serious heartache for you. And you can feel
Right.
his eyes burning in the back of your neck, so to speak. But every time you look up and look around, everyone's got their face in a book. You don't catch
Right.
anyone suddenly
Yeah.
looking away or anything like that. It was you're aware that you're being watched, but it wasn't an unfriendly or paranoid type.
Right. Yeah.
And as it started to come on, I thought, right, I've been listening to this trippy hippie music with the psychedelic effects for long enough now. I'm going to the toilet before I forget. I get up, I go out, go to the toilet, come back, sit down. And I'm sitting there and this feeling's getting really intense. And the worst thing, I'd love to have had hindsight on this because I'd have just put Streamlabs on or StreamYards on and I'd have recorded it. I turned around, there's two white figures there. The only way I can put it is there's no face, but there's the shape, the outer silhouette of the head. It was like a shadow negative, if that makes sense.
Oh,
It was white
wow.
instead of dark. And it was probably the psychedelic effects, but like emanating from the center, outwards, upwards, downwards, forwards, backwards, were like these crystalline shards of light of all different psychedelic colors. It was wonderful. And I sort of turned around here and I'm looking at it and I thought, hey, I've never had this happen before. I've sat and looked at the mirror and watched my face melt. I've seen the tops of buildings lean over and touch each other. I've watched the pier that I'm walking on start going like this, where it's really bad weather.
Right.
I've never had like two actual things there. And I said, all right, then what the hell do you two want? And this voice come back and says, so you've forgotten us already. My mother
Wow.
died at the end of October, 92. Last year, I recognised her voice like that.
Wow. Wow. That's
And
amazing.
I can't remember many details from it, mainly because my memory's crap. And it's a bit like a dream. You can remember basics from it a year on, but you can't really remember the details of it, even the bad dreams. We talked and talked. I sat here and blubbed like a little girl. And the next day, my face ached from all the crying.
Oh, wow.
But that was the most amazing night ever. And the reason I've not done it since is because deep down, I want exactly the same thing to happen again.
Right.
And it ain't
Yeah.
gonna.
I can understand that. Definitely.
And rather than sit there in a condition that you're not at your most capable, having to feel like that for 12 to 15 hours and it sort of dawns on you this ain't going to happen, you just get left with a serious sense of disappointment.
Right.
I've not gone down that road again, even though there's enough in this house to give me 25 years free bed and breakfast.
Right.
If it got in front of a judge, it would be called dealing drugs because of the volume that's involved.
Gotcha.
But that volume was bought 2 or 3 years ago now. And I've just chipped away at it over time. Even when I was doing it regularly, that was 2 to 6 times a year.
Right. I get it.
That's not enough to put someone over the edge. And it's also very therapeutic because for 5 years, I didn't have any mental health problems till last November.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, now see with my parents, my dad will come once in a while, like I said, but my mom, it's very interesting because my parents were older. I mean, my dad was 60 or
Yeah, mine were.
59
Mine
when
were
I
born
yeah,
24 and 28.
my mom was 48, my dad was 59 when I was born. So, um but with my mom, it's more like we hang out in my dreams.
Yeah.
And it's more like I'm older now. She's healthy, so we can hang out and do things. So it's like all the stuff that we couldn't do before, we do in my dreams. And it's lucid dreaming. It's very I
Are you
remember
aware that
them.
you're dreaming at the time so as you can enjoy the experience that much more? Or like me, do you wake up from in your dream? It's just like, or in my dreams, it's just like my mum's been there every day. I'll have arguments with her. I'll tell her where to shove that rolling pin before threatening me with it again and stuff
No,
like
all my
that.
dreams,
Or is it a
now
case of
mind you,
you know that you're dreaming, so you make a point of enjoying the experience and getting the most out of it?
no, I don't feel like because let me tell you, for the longest time, I never dreamt. That's why they thought I had depression, was because I never got to the third stage of sleep. Being a single mom, that does that to you. But
I wouldn't even know being a married mum, to be honest.
but not, even if I did start dreaming, I would pull myself out of it. That's why, and I still do it today once in a while, because that's why I get headaches, is because I'll pull myself out of it. Not even, I don't remember doing it in my dream, but I know I did it because of my headaches. So,
Yeah.
but with my mom's dreams, I go full fledged and I feel so rested and so, you know what I mean? Like my mom
Yeah.
saying, okay, this
There's
is your
nothing in
time
your
to rest.
subconscious that wants to pull you out of that dream. So
Right.
it's like, oh, mum's here, we're going to play.
Right. Yeah. It's so weird because I half the time when I do dream, I mean, there's times where I do dream and I'll stay in the dream until I'm fully rested or whatnot.
Yeah.
But most of the time I pull myself out. I have no reason why. I don't know why I do it. I just do it. I'm just not used to, like, my body's like, ooh, something new. Nope, don't do that. You know?
Yeah.
But I wake up with really, really bad headaches because of it.
I went to bed with a bad head the other night. I don't know if it's this trapped nerve in my neck, but I normally lay on the left hand side, and that's the only way I can get to sleep. But to lay on that left hand side, my head's just going boom, boom, boom with every heartbeat, you know. Rolled over on the right hand side, it all dissipated. Stayed there till I started getting, yeah, you know it, big comfy couch. I'm 6'2" and I can stretch out like that on it,
Oh, wow.
not touch either end.
Christina said she loves the painting behind you, by the way, too.
That's a flag.
Oh, really? It does look like a painting.
I got a painting that used to sit there. Where is it? It was bought for my mushroom tea.
Oh, wow. That's cool. I like that.
The mushroom village.
I love it.
Leave it there for now. That's got to go on that wall. They just love wheelchairs. And yes, my household is very scruffy. It's not dirty, but it is incredibly scruffy. And I know where every single thing is.
Right, yeah. That's like my husband, he'll go on just a binge clean, just the place could be spotless, but yeah, he'll find something. That's just how he is.
Yeah.
And
Well, it's
then
like
I'm like, then he turns around and he's like, well, where did this disappear to? And I'm like,
wherever you put it.
if I don't see you put it somewhere, I can't tell you where it is. But yeah, it's funny the way he, you know. But yeah, this whole thing with the, I don't know, it almost felt like with this whole hand thing. Now, like I said, I'm used to the shadows around here. We have one that likes to hang out by our window. We have one that likes to hang out in here by the light. Like I said, when I'm downstairs working, if I'm sitting in the lobby, because sometimes that's what you do because you're bored and you want to watch TV. You know, so we're sitting in the lobby
Yeah.
watching TV and there's a little boy that darts. It's funny because he'll dart from one side of the hallway to the other and then he'll peek. Like, did they see me? You know what I mean? That type of thing. Housekeepers, you hear the doors clink and clank all the time. To me, like I said, that just feels like the housekeepers checking the rooms like their normal daily thing that they did. 3 people have died that we know of in the hotel.
You ever thought of some of them might be elementals?
Could be. I haven't gotten that feel. Last year, it was either last year or the year, but I think it was the year before. I don't know if you were in here when I was talking about the little warrior dudes out by the trees.
No?
That felt like elementals. That felt like heavy duty, like, whoa, that's a,
Fairies.
yeah, eerie.
That's all
Like,
around.
you know, I don't know if you guys have them over there, but the bill, really, you're not supposed to touch them. The big white flowers. I can't think of what they're called. Do you guys, any of you
Opium
guys
poppy?
help me out? What's that?
Opium poppy?
Yes, I think so. I think so, really.
Opium poppy.
Well, no, not opium. But, um, but I can't think of what they're called. But anyway, the way that they dried out
Yeah.
by the woods, it was almost, I could have swore like warrior people were standing, old, like Indiana Jones warrior people in the grass warrior people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We're standing there, just
Aztecs.
standing there at guard. Like it looked like some of them had spears. It looked like some of them had like little tiny shields. I mean, it was just weird. And I wasn't drunk. I wasn't on drugs or anything. I went out there at like 2 o'clock in the morning for a smoke and just got this eerie, that watched feeling, but mine was eerier, but it was like a ancient watched
Yeah.
feeling. You know what I mean?
So actually, you were on drugs.
Yeah, no.
Nicotine.
Well, yeah, nicotine if you want to.
It's amazing the amount of people that only count drugs as things that are illegal.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah, coffee's a drug, alcohol's a drug, nicotine's
right.
a drug, Tylenol's a drug.
What's that, diary? What's the matter? You don't remember me telling that story? That was, I mean, that was definitely, it was ancient. You know, that was no willy dilly spirit watching. That was definitely.
You was seeing something that you shouldn't be seeing.
Yes. And because I like going out there and hanging out back, because I can hear the trees in this one, we only have this one little strip of tree line, but I can hear them talking to each other and I love it. And it's just
have you tried
natural.
recording it?
What's that?
Have you ever tried recording it?
No, I haven't, to be honest with you. It's usually very rare that I got a second to myself, actually, especially out back, because of the fact that that's where everybody hangs out. Diary, where'd you go? She said, wait, what? But yeah. But that was definitely, yeah, it was definitely, I mean, because I worked with, I have a protection dragon. I mean, I could definitely tell when he's around, that's a heavy feeling also. But this was, like you said, yes, I'm seeing something that I wasn't supposed to see, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, really, diary? That's wild.
I asked the UK group on Facebook the other day. They were talking about this and that, and spirit animals came up. And I said, how the hell do you find out what your spirit animal is? They said, well, normally through meditation. I said, well, I'll die not knowing what mine is then.
Right, yeah.
Every time I've ever tried to meditate, either my head won't shut up long enough or I just fall asleep.
Yeah, that's how it is with me. Yeah. I have to be a very, I notice at night when see, a lot of times I'll meditate right before because I know I'll fall asleep. Yeah. So I'll sit there and lay down and
this is my going bye-bye's tool.
Yeah. But, I still don't, I look at totem animals and spirit animals as totally different than most people. I think we all have all animal instincts in us, all different sorts. So when we need that, we pull that. If that makes sense, if we need a wolf or the strength of a tiger, we'll pull the tiger from us. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but that group said, I think it was last Wednesday, said, Friday night, 9 o'clock, the bloke who runs this group, Russ,
Hmm.
does a guided meditation thing. Why don't you come along? And I thought, looks like I'm going to sleep early Friday night. And we've done this thing, and he's sort of speaking to us, and I've got the speakers up quite loud, so as it tries to drown out the tinnitus.
Right.
I'm hearing clearly, and I'm sort of following it in my mental vision, so to speak. And it came to be, he said, right, now pull up a log, take a seat, this, that, and the other. Some of you may have an animal come to you. And the only thing that came to me was like this butterfly. But it started off as like an ordinary red admiral, and then it sort of got a bit exotic and stuff like that, and it went back to a red admiral, and then it changed into another type of butterfly, and then went back, and then another type. And like the mind does, it wandered, and it ended up going somewhere I've been trying to put out of my head now for about a month or so. And every time I sort of wandered towards this negative bit, the butterfly turned into something spiky and ugly.
Oh, wow.
And as my mind went away from it, it went back to a butterfly. And then at the weekend, I was hunting around for werewolf pictures because that's what's getting tattooed on my head when this lot's over and done with. And I happened to come across this butterfly, exactly the same color scheme, same like shards of light going off in the background.
Oh, wow.
I thought, how weird's that? 2 or 3 days before finding this picture, I'm meditating on it. And as he brought us, everyone back out of the meditation, the bit I thought was really cool, he was saying, right, now we're going to walk back through the woods. But make sure you don't leave anyone behind. If someone's lagging behind, just hold them by the hand and help walk them out there.
I think I know the meditation you're talking about. That's so funny.
Then you come back, you go through this door, you shut the door behind you, you put your socks and shoes back on if you was wearing them. In, for want of better words, in my dream, I was already barefoot anyway, so it didn't come into it. I was just glad there was no thorns in the woods that we walked through. So we come back across this field, and once again, make sure there's no one left behind. And he said, right, now I'm going to start bringing you all back out of it. And I can't remember how he'd done it, for argument's sake, counting back from 10. And as he started counting, this butterfly comes along and it's hanging about in front of my face. And then it's flapping one wing like it's doing that to wave goodbye.
Oh, wow.
And it went 3, 2, 1, and we're out. And as he's getting from 3 further downwards, the butterfly is getting fainter and fainter and fainter until it disappeared when he said 1. And he said, right, all you regulars know how long this normally takes. He said, but the newbies, how long do you think? And I went 10 or 12 minutes in the chat. 49 minutes.
Wild, right?
Yeah. I'm like, well, where'd the other half hour plus go?
Yeah, when you get that right meditation and it, you resonate with it and everything, it works like that. It's so wild because you don't think you're meditating. You're like, I'm thinking of things. What the hell? I'm not meditating, but then you come out of it and you're like, whoa, did that really happen?
Yeah.
That's
At
so
first I
cool.
thought, it was all. Trouble is, I'm really skeptical of everything.
Right.
If the government says this is safe, I don't believe them. If they say this is dangerous, I don't believe them.
Right. Yeah, I get
I want
that.
to go and find out for myself. I want to see the medical papers myself. I want to see the scientific papers myself,
Right.
And afterwards I sat back and I'm thinking, maybe that was sort of all subliminally induced, which it is in a way because it's a guided meditation. So they are helping to create these images in your mind's eye. And I thought maybe the butterfly was subliminally induced. I've got your disease now.
Yeah, but it's the same meditation I'm thinking about. They don't tell you any animals. They don't say any animals to put it in there.
No,
You know what I mean?
the only thing Russ said was some of you may have an animal come to you.
Right.
Sitting there, and you don't see your own head turn, do you? Even normally, you don't see your own head turn. Just your peripheral vision moves.
Right. Right.
And it was like that in the meditation, and I was looking for like a cat or a dog or a wolf or a bear or, something beefy and
Right.
big. And all that came along was this farty little butterfly.
But it definitely has meaning,
Yeah.
you know.
And then I find the exact same one 2 or 3 days later whilst hunting around for werewolf pictures.
Hey, Mike.
Hello,
Yeah, he's
mate.
over in T Live.
He's got his other suit on now.
Yeah, right?
What was that question earlier, Diary, where you said, hey, wait, what?
Yeah, she was apparently something I said sparked she was writing down a dream that she had. I linked her, so hopefully she'll come up.
All right. Last time I said link me, they put me in bloody handcuffs.
No, I mean, it's just, that's, Diary's like my go-to girl. When I have a question about something like this, I'm like, what does this mean? You know? Because
in private what she makes of that photograph.
yeah, she's very good at insight. I put her on the spot all the time, the poor girl.
I
Like,
don't
what do
care
you
if
think
someone
about that,
says,
Diary?
yeah. I was haunted by something that after the first few visits, that was leaving bite marks and scratch marks all over my back and the backs of my arms and stuff.
Oh, wow.
And I'd already been to the doctors to try and sort out whatever was causing this, because I just assumed it was me. And all I got was, oh, it's bad dreams, they'll go. And then I went straight back to the doctors after getting showered that morning, where the shower room in the house I was in had like a full length mirror, really
Right.
wide. And I was like, turning around like this. And I'm like, why is my back so sore? And I was like, hey, sideways, this is bad. So I made an appointment with the doctors there and then went up there. And he said, I've told you before, it's just dreams. I pulled my top off. I said, right, explain this.
Yeah. How you,
And that followed me through
are you
4 or
dreaming of
5
Freddy
addresses.
Krueger?
Pardon?
I said, are you dreaming of Freddy Krueger?
Yeah, Freddy Krueger having an illicit affair with Wolverine, I think.
Right, right.
Yeah. But I went through 4 different addresses and that followed me through each one.
Wow.
And I have got no faith, I've got no religion, nothing like that. And 99 times out of 100, if someone starts talking about religion, that's me. I've switched off.
Right.
I'll be polite, I'll nod my head and stuff like that, but all I hear is
Charlie Brown's teacher. Gotta love
yeah.
her. Yeah.
And one of my friends, he was brought up in a Christian family and he believes and all this stuff, and like a load of bollocks. And he said, "We do us one favour, because I think I spent about 12 grand on psychics, Reiki, and hypnotists, and God knows what, trying to get rid of this, and nothing
Right.
worked." He said, "Will you try something for me?" I went, "Yeah, how much is it?" He went, "It won't cost you a penny." He said, "It will cost you a few breaths, that's all." I went, "What are you on about?" He said, "Before you go to sleep, say the Lord's Prayer." I said, "Words to the effect of Foxtrot Oscar, what a load of crap." He said, "Just try it." I said, "You're not getting me indoctrinated in this religiosity crap." And then that night, I'm laying there in bed thinking I want to go to sleep, and the heart sort of like that. I thought, sod it, there's no one around, no one will hear me, no one will see me, shut up. Here we go. So I said it. And that night was the first night's peace I'd had in a few years.
Wow.
And the next night when I went to bed, I said it again, and I got another night's peace. And every night ever since, when I go to bed, I've got no faith in the Lord's Prayer. I don't care if it's a placebo. It's working.
Right. Hey, exactly.
If someone can give me a chalk tablet as a placebo and it ends up curing me of cancer, I don't give a monkeys.
Right, exactly. Hey,
Yeah.
Zach, no worries, hon. Good to see you, though.
Yeah.
Diary.
Zachary,
Hey,
Hello.
you look a bit red in the face, Diary.
just a little.
What's going on?
Still trying to wake up, actually.
I'm still groggy.
Yeah, I'm still. I wanted to come up right away, but I was like, ugh. To
Right.
wake up, and I think the cat pooping that kind of woke me up a little bit more. So
Helped you wake
Yeah,
up a little bit.
noxious gases do wonders for the nasal passages.
it does. Oh my gosh.
That's diarrhea over mine, shrimp. So
That little photograph's not much bigger than that island I was on in the Maldives.
right?
It was so small, even I could walk all the way around it.
That's wild, though. That's wild.
Yeah. It's the only holiday I've ever been on where at the end of the holiday, I didn't want to go home. Normally, if I go away for a week, by the end of the week, I'm fed up with the holiday and I want to go home. Go away
Right.
for 2 weeks, I've had a week of being fed up with the holiday and I'm desperate to go home.
Totally.
I got in big trouble with a girlfriend there. For about 48 hours, we were the only people, her and I, on this island. And I'm sitting there in this little bar on stilts, drinking coffee, because I don't touch alcohol. It makes me really ill, even small bits of it. And the head waiter came over and Mr. Andy, I went, yes, mate. He said, can I ask a huge favour? Yeah, whatever you want. I thought he wanted some help with something or something like that. He said, for you and your partner, can I do a special dinner down on the edge of the water? You come barefoot, you sit there on the edge of the water and the waves sort of lap over your feet. It's candle lit. We'll give you a free bottle of wine for your partner and this, that, and the other. I thought, yeah, she'd love it. I went, go for it, mate, go for it. I went, why? I said, I thought I'd have had to pay for an experience like that. He said, well, you letting me do that allows me to send most of my catering staff home for the night. They can go home for the night. There's only me and the cook got to be there. And I haven't got to have a whole load of staff and the whole building open, so to speak, just for 2 people. He said, so you're doing me the favour. And I didn't say anything until we went to go for dinner. I said, oh, don't wear nothing on your feet today. And Karen said, what's that? I said, you'll get your shoes wet, basically. Why? Oh, something about some sort of water pipe leaking or something like that in the restaurant. And we get there, and from the moment she saw this table at the beach, she's all sparkly eyed and this, that, and the other. And we have a wonderful dinner, and she's all sparkly eyed and happy all the way through it. And I told you how small the island is. It's 80 yards long, 40 yards wide. By the time
Right.
we're halfway back to the room, silence. And it stayed as silence all the way through to about 2 o'clock the next day. I said, right, I've had enough of this. I'm on holiday. What have I done? You know what you've done. I said, if I knew what I'd done, I'd apologise for it. And I wouldn't be asking you, what have I done? You go to all the expense this holiday, you arrange a wonderful meal on the beach, and you still don't have the courage to ask. I said, what? For my hand in marriage. I said, we've been over this. I'm not even divorced yet.
Right.
Because I was separated 9 years before I even bothered to get divorced. She went, don't bother using that for an excuse. You can still ask. I said, I'm not using it for an excuse. I said, come to think about it, I didn't arrange anything other than coming here on holiday. I said, that meal last night was nothing to do with me. And I'm trying to put this without the verbal abuse that came with it. Was the effect of BS. Yeah. And I just grabbed her by the wrist, dragged her out, and we went around, found the head waiter. I said, right, I need you to be 100% honest here. Whose idea was that meal at the beach? He went, why? I said, just be honest with me, please. He said, well, it was mine. I thought you'd both like it. And she just went bright red.
Oh,
I
damn.
said, so I didn't ask you to do it or anything like that. He said, no, not at all. And that's when he then said again, by you doing that, it allowed me to send all the waiting staff home and some of the kitchen staff. You know, they don't get many nights where they can do this in the course of a holiday season. So You did me the
Definitely.
favour. And then it was silence until the evening because I'd embarrassed her. How was it me that embarrassed her? She put herself in the situation. She embarrassed herself.
Well, you know, that's how we work.
If you can avert the blame to being the man's fault, do so, whether it was or not.
Hey, Zach. Thanks for coming in, hon.
I don't read diary. I can't read. Well, I can. I could read a book if it was all on one line of ticker tape. I've got a form of dyslexia whereby I can write perfectly well, but I can't read to save my life.
Do you listen to audiobooks?
I do.
Yeah.
I'm currently going through War God again by Graham Hancock.
They do have audiobooks.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, they're all free on YouTube that you can access.
Oh, right. There we have.
There
Yeah.
is
Sounds familiar. The Law of One. It sounds
Yeah.
familiar, but I'm not sure if I might have skimmed. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's a playlist that I want to share with everybody in the
Definitely.
chat. This guy is really good about breaking down the books.
I
If
like
you
that.
want to check this out first, and then you can read the books or listen to the books on audio. But he breaks down all of the dimensions. He breaks down the chakras.
Cool.
He breaks down the different types of beings.
That's cool.
Just it all makes sense. And I really got into it. And he also breaks down I like him because he actually breaks down like the true meaning of what I think is demonic and angelic as well.
That's cool.
So I'm going to share this playlist with everybody. They can check it out.
Here's a thought for you. I am not anti-faith, all right? I am not anti-faith. However, I am anti-religion. Because for me, religion was created to exert power over your fellow man.
I'm the same way.
Yeah. Now, bearing in mind I am completely non-religious, I have trouble with angelic and demonic. My head just interprets it as good and bad. And no matter how much good is in someone, there's always a bit of bad as well. No matter how much bad is in someone, there's always a bit of good.
See, it's a good thing that you mentioned that, because in that playlist, he goes over that as well. So, for example, if you're encountered by any demonic energies or entities that come upon you, they come from the lower frequency realms. Everybody has bad in them. Everybody has good in them.
Yep.
Some people are just exert more of those negative energies rather than positive energies. So, for example, if you have a negative entity will gravitate more towards somebody who has negative energies.
Yeah.
So,
that'd be why one attached to me for 5 or 6 years.
and it's also kind of a learning experience as well. If you pay attention to it, it's not necessarily meaning, oh, well, I was attacked by a demonic energy, that means I'm bad. No, that's not necessarily the meaning. It's almost kind of like you're being challenged in a way to overcome those specific types of energies. These books are very good about explaining all of that and how to overcome that. They go through the chakra system. They go through the dimensions. They explain what people who think they come to Earth and they think they're star seeds, but they're actually and what are known to be travelers. And some people think that, right, we're coming out of this 3D world and we're entering this fourth dimensional world where we're going to be more spiritual. Obviously, we're noticing that we're becoming more spiritual. People are opening up their gifts, but I don't want to run it for anybody. I really recommend it.
Question for you, Diary.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think the increase in people becoming more spiritual could have anything to do with the psychedelic resurgence that's going on?
What do you mean by that?
If you've never taken a psychedelic drug, you will have no idea what I mean. However, if you have taken them and you've had them strong, you'll know exactly what I mean, because when you're under the influence of it, you are a part of the whole. You are not an individual.
Right. I have never taken psychedelic drugs. However, due to all of my gifts and my experiences, I want to try them. Sorry.
Send me your address.
Nothing wrong with that.
Let's do it.
I'll do a donation.
But yes, I do think that drugs and psychedelic drugs and anything like that can open you up to that realm. Definitely. Yeah. Most definitely. But
I would argue to anyone who says it doesn't, why did the shaman use them for so many thousands of years?
Yeah, some people are, I've gotten
anti-drugs. Drugs are bad. There are no bad drugs out there, not one.
No.
All that is bad is the misuse of any drug. That could be too much coffee in your life, too much chocolate in your life, too much sugar in your life, too much alcohol, too much heroin, too much crack cocaine, whatever.
And they were put, these plants were put on this earth, I think, for specific reasons. They have a specific outcome.
And we've evolved to use them.
Yeah, that's what I think. Some people can say I'm wrong, but yeah, I wouldn't, if you become to the point to where you're addicted and you have to have it and you're not in control of your life, then yeah, you've gone too far.
That is the absolute beauty of the classic psychedelics. If I gave you mushroom tea tonight, nice strong batch, and you spent 4 to 6 hours sort of staring at that thing on my wall and your head slowly twisting around as you get caught up in the spiral, you'd either have a good time or a bad time, depending on exactly how you went into it. Yeah.
Yeah, I've watched many videos. Mm-hmm.
Pretty much surrender all control. It's like jumping in a fast-flowing river. There's no point in trying to swim upstream. If you wanted to go upstream, you should have walked there. But if you just go with the flow and let the river take you, there's going to be rough bits, there's going to be smooth bits. But if you just go with the flow, I've never had a bad experience.
Right, and that goes back to energy that you're gravitating towards.
Yeah, 42 years I've been doing these, and I've never had a bad experience, touch wood. Mm-hmm. So assuming you had a good experience and you're like, yes, let's go for it again tonight, I'd give you twice the amount tomorrow night and you'd sit there bored.
Mm-hmm.
They are, I can't think of the word, self-denying. Anyone can get mentally addicted to something.
Right.
It can be a person, it can be a product, anything. Yeah.
can be, you know, being
You
online.
can't get physically addicted
Oh
to
yeah,
them.
definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't get physically addicted to them because you need to leave a sensible period. It's like having a drink. I'm not being funny. You can go out, you can get drunk one night, feel like shit the next day, and think, right, I'm having a hair of the dog, get rid of this feeling. You're immediately heading down the road of alcoholism.
Mm-hmm.
Because the next night you can go out, you can have another bottle, and bang, you're completely wasted again. With psychedelics, you try and do that the next night, you've just wasted your products. And likely wasted your money as well if you've had to buy them.
See, but I think you can do that without drugs too, though.
Yeah.
If you let yourself open up. That's the
Yeah.
hard part, is letting yourself open up.
Yeah, and that's what I have been experiencing. But that's why I said I would like to try them, because I'm a, I like to experiment from like a scientific approach and
Yep.
kind of collect the data. And I
And
mean,
have
you
the
like to
argument
research as
of,
well.
I did it and it was bad. Anyone who condemns something and they've never done it, how do they even know what they're talking about? They're just spouting off stuff that they've read somewhere and probably in a newspaper.
Yeah, these are things that are part of my bucket list. No joke, that I want to try. You know, different types of shrooms. I've looked into ayahuasca,
LSD,
and
mescaline.
yeah, but I have
I've
to.
got-
It's not legal here, so I have to travel. But yeah,
Are
that's
you
on my
allowed to
bucket
grow a
list.
San Pedro cactus in your garden?
What?
Are you allowed to grow a San Pedro cactus in your garden?
I don't. Well, I live in a gated community, so probably not.
All
Not
right.
here.
As like an indoor plant, like
Well,
I
I
do.
probably could grow it indoors if it's indoors.
Pardon?
I could probably grow something indoors if it could be grown indoors.
Well, San Pedro cactus, along with I can't remember the name, the button-shaped ones that take forever and a day to grow to maturity. But San Pedro is a wonderful source of mescaline.
Yeah, interesting. I'll have to look into that.
And to own the cactus as a window ornament, so to speak, so as it's getting plenty of sun, it's perfectly legal over here. What is not legal is then harvesting a huge chunk of it and shredding off the spines, peeling it and cooking it down so as it goes like burnt gravy in the saucepan.
Yeah,
And
I've
leaving it
watched
a few
people
days
do
to
that.
dry out. And that powder that you've got left, you just put into blank capsules and neck a few of those.
I've got my whole playlist of things I want to on my bucket list of what I want to try and how people do it and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, it leads you to that. I don't know, like
I'll be
I
right back,
get to
guys.
that state where I already in a meditative state to where I've already I can travel, astral travel and things like that, but it's like that one last thing I just want to see. I want to compare the difference and see what else I can see.
I'll give you a shortcut to the answer. Whether you use meditation to reach the top of the mountain or you use a product to fly up to the top of the mountain and you take the short route, when you get there, the view is the same.
Right. Okay. The same view then.
If that helps.
Yeah, that helps a little bit.
If you're doing some of the, try, no matter what you get, unless it's a plant, yeah, if it's not plant, test it. You can buy test kits online. I've even got a video how to test it. This time YouTube haven't taken it down yet. I posted it about 6 times and I made a big point of saying, look, this is not promoting drug use.
Mm-hmm.
But if you've got kids, sooner or later they're going to get experimental. It's the nature of what kids do.
Mm-hmm.
They've got to push their boundaries, you know.
Right.
So if you've got kids, have one of these packs in the fridge. And I literally showed on the video how to test what you bought. And it's simple. You just put get a cup, turn it upside down, so you've got a porcelain Petri dish now. Put a tiny piece of the product you bought in there, add the drops of the right solution, and wait for the color change. If it doesn't change to the color that you need, that's written again or printed next to the name of the product you think you've bought, then what you bought is not what you've got in your pocket.
Okay.
Or what you think you bought is not what you've got in your pocket. That's what I meant.
Mm-hmm.
And at the end of the day, that can save lives.
Yeah.
But people who say LSD is man-made, it's not man-made, it's synthesized. It comes from the ergot fungus.
Right.
And there's that word again, fungus.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And if you live anywhere near Washington State, they have growing the world's most powerful psychedelic mushrooms.
I know. I have a friend that lives over near there, but I don't. I live in Texas.
You'll
But
probably
yeah.
do better with the cactus then. Even the big saguaro cactus.
Mm-hmm.
There's alkaloids in there that will take you to another dimension in no time.
So interesting. Oh, thanks for sharing out, Cassie. Hey, Moon, where'd you go? I can just see your profile picture.
I think she said something about don't listen for the flush.
Maybe she stepped away or something. I was going to mention, speaking of animals coming to you, I have animals coming to me, not just interdimensional wise. I had a kid, like back in 2017, right when what I call my reawakening.
Yeah.
I had this beautiful little black kitten walk right into my back door.
Wow.
And she walked right into my arms, and she's my cat. She meditates with me. She's my shadow, follows me everywhere. We have a spiritual connection like no other. And I know she was sent here to me. And I don't know, it happened right around the most interesting time in my life. And I mean, she's even sitting right next to me right now.
Looking at you as if to say, you talking about me again?
Yep. She was like, had this cute little look on her face and closing her eyes like, oh, yes, I did. But yeah.
I left you a message in the litter tray, Ma.
Yeah.
If that was my cat, I'd say, well, can you leave something a bit friendlier this next time, like a love letter rather than that bloody thing?
Yeah. Well, this was my other cat, my cat Rufus, who stank up the litter box. Oh man, he has the worst stinky poops. Seriously, anybody who has cats out there, I'm sure you understand.
Yes, I've had lots of cats over the years. I don't have pets anymore. I can't look after them properly. I don't have the finances to look after the vet bills and stuff like that. So the way I look at it, for me to get a pet would be 100% selfish thing.
Oh yeah, I understand that.
Especially at the moment. You know, like normally you can go into a store and buy a tray of, say, 24 cans of pet food.
Mm-hmm.
All the stores locally to where I am, they're only selling individual ones now.
Wow.
And why do you buy the pack of 24? Because it works out a lot cheaper than 24 individual cans.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm more of a bulk buyer myself.
Yeah.
It works out better.
Yeah, that's what I normally do. One major shop each month, and then just get things like milk and bread and all veg, whatever that's going to go. You can't buy a month's worth of vegetables or a month's worth of bread or a month's worth of milk, because in less than a week, it's going to have either turned or be turning.
Yeah.
There's nothing worse than opening what you think is a nice fresh 4-pint bottle of milk just to find there's some sort of other life form in there.
Right.
You'll probably find that's a cure to this coronavirus or something like that.
Oh, no joke. So
I have my doubts. Actually, I think they'll find a cure for it.
yeah.
Logic says they won't, because if they could find a cure for a virus, people of my age, depending on when the cure was found, so it was found in the 70s, I would remember what a common cold is. My experience of it would be very limited, and the millennials, it'd just be something that dad or granddad talks about.
Yeah.
Viruses are notoriously hard to find cures for.
Yeah. Held.
Right. Come on, Shadow, hurry back. I need to go and stir my stew.
Alrighty.
Won't take me long, probably only take me about 60 seconds, but
Okay.
I just don't want to leave you holding all the ropes yourself, so to speak.
Moon, where'd you go? I don't know if she's having technical difficulties. We can't hear you. Oh, I think she's back.
Either that or there's some spirit playing about with stuff in there. Did you see that photograph you put up earlier, Diary?
Yeah, I did.
What do you think?
That was interesting. It looked like a fountain coming out of the sky or something.
Did you see the enhanced version?
I did. That was really, really interesting.
It's pretty wild.
When I first got it to that stage, I saw like a face type shape with like long blonde hair or white hair hanging off it. And the more I looked at it, the more I thought, that's not hair. You know, the strands are just way too thick to be hair. And they're too perfectly spaced for it to be like strings of hair, if you get what I mean. And then a thought came to me, and I took the original photograph to a couple of psychics. What do you make of it? It's your mother. Well, they don't know me from Adam, so how are they going to know my mother was dead?
It's interesting.
Now, the bit that really gets it for me is if you look at that photograph, the leading edges of that hair, like each side of the face type leading edges, yeah? If you look at them, they're much wider. The hairs are like that thick, and the leading edges are that thick. Now put into consideration the fact that I cannot remember a single day that my mother was without a woolen cardigan.
Wow.
Wow, yeah.
Ribbed wool. It's not hair, it's ribbed wool.
That's pretty wild. Oh, thank you for following. Queen Athena, how are you?
How far behind is?
What's up?
That's all right. I was just wondering how far behind that chat thing is.
Which one? D-Live?
No, the Streamlabs one. StreamYards one. Why don't you Streamlabs? Because
I have it all
on the screen.
I'm not sure how. I'm not sure. Thank you, Cassie, for sharing it out. I appreciate it.
Cheers, Cassie. All right, I'm going to go and stir my poison.
Okay, I appreciate you coming up.
I appreciate coming up. Does that sound right?
Sure. Nothing wrong with that.
Little sugar fix before going to sleep.
There you go.
I might be 55, but I'm still 12 years old when it comes to candy and sweets.
Well, hey, I always have to, because I know how my body works, I always have to have either something salty in the house or something sweet at all times because I have to regulate. Yeah. I'm not diabetic or anything. The only time I've been close to being diabetic is when I was pregnant.
Well, sweet stuff like a Mars bar can work better on me than a sleeping pill. If I have 2 king-size Mars bars, I don't get a sugar rush. I just out.
Wow. See,
I don't
isn't
get
that
the
weird?
rush
If I
when
have
I get
chocolate
crack.
before bed, I'll have a nightmare.
God, that must be hell.
It is.
How can you go to bed knowing there's a pound block of chocolate in the fridge and you can't touch it?
Exactly, you know?
Man, you got chocolate, you got to eat it. There's no point keeping the stuff for an ornament, is there?
Right. I just can't eat it before bed. If I do, I know I'll have a nightmare. Telling you. It's weird how our body works.
Do with why you keep bringing yourself out of dreamland
It could be.
subconsciously.
Yeah. I hate that because it's the worst headache in the world.
Which, ironically, LSD and LSD bromo, which is the non-psychedelic version of LSD, they tested about a dozen, what they call the suicide headaches, cluster headaches.
Yeah.
Dozen people with cluster headaches. They treated them with LSD bromo in Germany, and when they checked on the people a couple of years later, they still hadn't had a cluster headache.
Wow.
And yet one of the other people that would not go down this road because it's taking drugs, he was going through 3 to 5 tanks of oxygen a day trying to relieve these cluster headaches.
Wow. That's
which
wild.
road would you walk? I know which one I'd walk, and that's got nothing to do with my personal preferences. I just believe that sooner or later, if your health is suffering that badly and regular medical science isn't helping, you got to start taking responsibility for that yourself and do what you can to fix it.
See, that's the thing. I don't know what road I would take because the fact is I usually wait 3 days of a migraine before I take anything. Why? I don't know. My husband yells at me all the time.
I dare say your husband's picked other words.
Yeah.
Crying out loud, take the pit. No.
I know. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. He yells at me all the time.
That really helps when you got a migraine, someone yelling at you.
Yeah, I know. It's the best.
Yeah, you're trying to put this fire out by throwing petrol on it.
I'm like, just stop talking.
Do not move. I can feel the air currents being forced about and the pressure waves in the room.
I'm seeing your words. Stop.
Yeah, they're coming into my head with a sledgehammer. I can't remember how many years I've been without a migraine, but oh mate, there's nothing worse than a migraine when you start throwing up.
That I've never experienced, thank God.
It literally feels like with each pulsation, to put it nicely, it feels like your eyes are being pushed out of your head.
Damn.
Oh yeah,
like the head is, rather than trying to implode, it feels like it's now trying to explode, but someone's put a titanium casing around your skull, so it's not going anywhere.
Wow. Damn. Yeah, the worst one was waking up. Man, you know, everybody hates waking up in pain anyway. But the one that I had, I'd say about 7 years ago now, 6 or 7 years ago, was I woke up with a headache. And I mean, I literally scared the hell out of Eddie. He freaked out because I was just screaming. I didn't know what else to do. I couldn't do anything else.
Well, it's like,
and I think that was mostly of having a migraine and forcing myself awake. So it like amplified it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And because you're then set in that mode of panic, for want of better words, your blood pressure's increasing, which is putting more pressure in your head.
Yep. Yeah. That was the worst. He thought I thought I was going to the hospital that night. He didn't know what the hell to do. He was just like, you know, because I was just screaming. I couldn't. It hurt so bad.
Yeah, that terrified me. That's where I prefer to go through it myself.
Right.
Because if someone I care about is going through it, and it's not just a case of, right, get the, you know, like if someone goes into diabetic shock.
Right.
And it's someone you care about, you will know almost as well as them how to treat it.
Right.
And it's pretty much go to the fridge, get the insulin, whack it in them, or if it's able to be managed that way, get some chocolate down their neck, whatever.
Right.
Yeah, but something like that, body pain, like stomach pain, back pain, leg pain, whatever,
You can't take it away.
I would much sooner go through it myself than have that feeling of helplessness.
Definitely. Definitely.
You know, a poor diary back to sleep.
Oh my God, how did you know? I was literally shutting my eyes right now.
I have this effect on the fairer sex.
I am tired today. I'm trying to still slap myself awake.
The amount of women I've had in my life that said I only came here to sleep.
Oh, damn, Mary. Yeah. That's God.
Right, I'm off to go and do my stew before it ends up as a slice of gravy or something.
Right, right. Oh, well, I appreciate you coming up. I thank you so much. And for sharing those pictures. That's awesome. That's
You're
so
welcome.
amazing.
Yeah, that's probably my most prized possession.
Definitely. I can
Worth
see
nothing
why.
to the outside world, but worth the world to me. If that makes sense.
Definitely. No, I totally get that. Totally.
Yeah.
It's really awesome.
Right. Thank you very much, everyone. I'll be back in chat in a minute or so.
All right.
I'll tell you what I will do while I'm out there.
That's what I need. I need some coffee.
Right?
Caffeine fix. All right.
Yeah.
Definitely.
See you all soon.
All right, Andy. Take care.
Take
Bye,
care.
Larry. Bye, Shadow.
Bye. So that's pretty cool. Yeah. So, diary, since I have you up here, did you by any chance get to see the whole interdimensional? I asked Zed this last night. I was in his stream and I was asking him about or telling him about it. He said he was going to go back and look. But about I think it was Friday that I shared the stream about the interdimensional beings and somebody using ultraviolet rays plus full spectrum cam, and they're taking pictures of interdimensional beings and how they look.
Oh, I started getting into that, and then I had something to do. But if that, I'm trying to think. Are you talking about?
It's one guy. I can't think of his name.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. Does he also take pictures in the sky and see them?
I don't know.
I wonder, I can't remember if it's the same guy that there's this one guy who does that. He has a special type of he puts these maybe it's a different guy, I don't know. He puts these special types of filters on his camera and he can actually see these planets that other people can't see or stars in the sky that other
see, now I have to go research this because that's freaking cool too.
Yeah, I need to go finish that one.
That's awesome.
Yeah, but this guy, he's not you would think the scientific community would take him more seriously because obviously he can see stuff that's inside of what we would consider the black matter.
Yeah.
And but it's actually there. And maybe one day he'll be recognized by
I
other
hope
people.
so. I mean, takes a lot of, you know what I mean? Because that always said, if nobody knows who that is, he's White Wolf. He was talking about, he's always talking about red spectrum goggles, and how they used to do it in the old way. So last night when I was talking to him, he brought up that and the red goggles and that, which I have a pair in my Amazon cart as we speak. But I wanted to know by any chance if if you've seen these pictures and do they look familiar to you or anything like that?
I need to go back and finish that.
Yeah,
Thank you for reminding me. Oh gosh, I've been trying to catch up on schoolwork and everything. I finally got her caught up on a few things. We had progress reports due, and I looked, and she hadn't had some things done, and
Right.
so I was like really trying to hurry up, trying to get that done.
It's tough. It's tough.
Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, I'm so exhausted.
I'm
I
sure.
mean, and we still have things that we got to get done today that are due today, and I it's an adjustment. She's,
Yeah.
she doesn't think of home as school,
Right. Yeah,
obviously, right?
definitely. Hey, Ricky.
But anyway, yeah.
So what was this about this dream and that? You were writing down a dream?
Oh, yeah. I was gonna share some dreams that I've been having. Just
Yeah.
um, I had I'll share a couple of them that I had. Let's see here. I've had so many visions in the last several days, in the last few months, that I've had to write them down because that I'll lose them. Like literally, normally I remember all of them, but I'm literally losing them because I'm getting so many downloads on a daily basis.
Oh, wow.
And it's like I've got a constant frequency coming in every single day, and I have to set aside a time to meditate because I'm being called to do so, or I'm being bugged like crazy, like by my guides. They're almost to the point of like ticked off if I don't meditate.
Right. Yeah.
But anyway, so I had a dream, and it was a bright day. There were like very puffy white clouds. We went outside. We sat on a lawn patio style area, and it reminded me kind of like a type of college hospital environment, maybe even a museum type. It was
Okay.
just really a nice day. So we decided to sit down, and as we sat down, we looked up, and all of a sudden something parted in the clouds, and people started shouting, "It's the moon, no wait." And people started grabbing their phones. They kept trying to hit record. The energy was so powerful, almost too powerful. I looked around and I felt like people were going to be taken. It was a different kind of energy. Something was definitely wrong, but maybe it was right. I wasn't sure. I was very confused.
Right.
The thing in the sky looked like a moon with a ring around it, but then again, it kind of looked like a black sun, like a total solar eclipse.
Wow.
Then all of a sudden, I started seeing ancient ancestors coming out of the skies. And as my vision got blurry, I started speaking in their language. I started speaking Cherokee, Arabic, Sanskrit, and Puerto Rican, and some other languages. They wore feathers on their head. And then suddenly I felt like I was possessed or something, like I was being filled with some sort of spirit.
Right.
I felt like there was an instant knowing, and I knew that this was a rebirth, but also a death at the same time.
Wow.
They wanted to take me as well, but I did not want to go. I really wanted to stay. And I asked them questions. If I had to start all over again in a new lifetime, and if I would forget what I had learned here on Earth. It was just really crazy. Then all of a sudden we were inside. I couldn't remember what happened. So I watched back at the video that I took on my cell phone as I was speaking in their language, and I focused on the sky, and then I dropped my phone, and then I woke up.
Wow.
I literally
That's
woke up.
wild.
That's a freaking trippy dream. And that goes back, this happened March 21st. I woke up and I wrote this down. That goes back to, I spoke on the show and I told you about what I had seen in the sky, about this thing opening up,
Right.
looking kind of like SpaceX, and these people coming out, and they were all colors of the rainbows, red,
Yes. Yeah, I remember
yellow,
that.
orange, green, blue. Yeah. All the colors of the rainbow, all the colors of the chakras. So that was very interesting. And my daughter's been having dreams as well. She actually dreamt the same night she dreamt as me. This was the same exact night. I've been recording her dreams as well, keeping a dream journal. And she woke up. I woke up and wrote down my dream. I listened to her dream, and she said that in her dream, she was playing on her Xbox. She said something was trying to come in, and she said she made sure that the front door was locked. And then she said she knew instantly that there was something in her dad's room. She knew it was an alien. An alien.
Wow.
She said that she and I ran into her bedroom. She said she saw a vase on a blue box filled with water and flowers in it. There were red roses, thorns, and leaves. We tried to lock our bedroom door, but we couldn't. Each corner of our bedroom, there was a circle on the top of the ceiling, and in each corner, in the corners there were circles, and each circle was dedicated for protection for one person in the home. She said that mine was violet with diamonds. Or, I'm sorry, she said hers was violet with diamonds. Mommy's, which is mine, it was pink with diamonds. And Daddy's was green with diamonds. She said if we called out for help, the protection circle would open up to help us. She said our cat, Midnight, is a shapeshifter. She could turn from a cat into a wolf to a llama and a chicken. Now, going back to that, just to note, while you were gone, I mentioned, I was commenting on how during my spiritual reawakening, my cat Midnight walked back in 2017. She saw me out in the yard. I was in the house. I had the back door open. She literally walked right into my home, into my arms as a kitten. She meditates with me. I feel like I know her.
Right. Yeah, that's understandable.
So it's not just connecting to animals interdimensionally that I see. It's like this animal physically was sent to me as well for spiritual. So that was interesting. She actually dreamt that.
Right. Yeah.
And just
definitely.
to know, I don't share my dreams with her. I don't want to muddy the waters. I want her to have her own mind. I don't want to implant any thoughts into her mind.
Right.
Because it's, like I said, I try to see things from a scientific approach. Isn't that wild? She dreamt that the same night that I had that weird dream.
Yeah, definitely. That is wild. That is really wild. I mean, it's definitely, if it was coincidence, it's a very big, big coincidence.
Yeah, and how, we always do, but it's nice. I thought it was interesting that she dreamt there was an alien. We don't
Yeah,
talk about aliens. I don't know where she learned that, but we don't talk about aliens. And I don't talk to her about it really anything. I just let her talk to me about stuff. So I thought that was interesting. She dreamt this was an alien. And I dreamt of our ancestors coming and that we were being taken. And then she dreamt of an alien. And that it felt good though that she had a dream that each corner was a protection. Like we
yeah,
were, all four corners of our home is protected. So that was interesting. And we could
definitely.
call out to the protection. Like, I don't know. Very interesting to me. And sorry if I don't see any. I'm trying to look back at the chat. Hello,
No
everyone.
problem. Welcome back, Andy. And I do want to say, Shrimp, I'm trying to look to see if there's any reason why they said that they had a dream to put 2 dice under their pillow. Does anything ring true with you
Whoa.
about that? I can't find anything right now.
Oh, well, okay. That's interesting. Do you know what way they were facing? Like, the numbers? Do you remember the numbers that were facing up?
I've been like searching to see if there's a
I
reason.
have to tell you a paranormal story about some dice in a second.
They said no.
Let me just tell you something real quick. I was I was dating a guy back when I had my first apartment, and he was like my first boyfriend, live-in boyfriend. But he hadn't been living with me at the time, but he was staying over. And I had been having some I always had paranormal activity follow me. Well, he had gotten these 2 dice that he carried in his pocket. His friend died, and they were really sentimental to him. So he always carried these dice, and every night before bed, he would sit them on the dresser facing up. Well, if you can imagine, in the master bedroom, I did not have a ceiling. My ceiling did not have a light. It just had a fan, but it didn't have, like, I had to buy a floor lamp to even light that bedroom. Well, we laid down for bed, and all of a sudden we heard this weird sound, and we saw these 3 gigantic lights appear above our bed. And he ran out of the apartment so fast in his boxers.
Oh, jeez.
But I had some poltergeist activity where that dresser was solid wood, extremely heavy, and it would shake like a freaking earthquake.
Oh, wow.
All kinds of stuff. And yeah, so crazy.
That is wild.
But that's interesting. I hadn't thought about that memory in years.
Right? That's wild. And see, just a little. They said someone told them to put them under the pillow, but I don't know. I've never. I mean, besides for luck or like a lucky mojo or something, but I've never heard of under the pillow.
Yeah, see, dice and dreams, just like what Andy said, they're representative of luck and taking chances.
Yeah.
You may soon achieve the success you desire. Playing, so it's you're being called into your destiny. Something in your life is to be taken seriously. But yeah, essentially, if you look at it, life is kind of like a game. We're here in Earth School.
That's so funny that you said that, because I was just reading something earlier today about life and play the game. Almost like they were referring to like not the movie Constantine, but what's the other one? Devil's Advocate. Is that the game? No, that's not the game, is it? There was a movie with a game. I can't remember what the hell it's called, but for some reason that popped into my head when you were just talking about that.
Mm-hmm.
And I was just looking at that of different ways people think about life, you know what I mean, and stuff like that. And it's just funny that that was brought up.
Yeah. Did you mention Poppy earlier? Poppy Force?
Andy did when I brought up about the warriors that I saw out back.
Because the dream that I had the next night on March 22nd, this is the message that I got. We dance behind the backside, and take for this whatever you will. We dance behind the backside, go outside, take lots of deep breaths. They will help you. Find someone else that really wants to spend time with you. Really think about it. He talks to the universe. That's it. He influences other people's feelings. Never-ending cycle. Use code. Use code. Poppy forest. Forest metaphor. Saw painting of a woman's face. Pink paint splatter forehead and blue splatter in eye. 30 days. Spend time with your child. Help. Job.
Wow, that's wild. Hey, Mama Rock, how are you? Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. I appreciate it very much. Hopefully all is well with you.
So
That's wild, though. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been
Get
getting
that kind of message.
Yeah.
Wow.
And then the 4th, on April the 4th, I got remember and meditation. Remember the Sabbath, the 7th. This is Jesus's last try.
Wow. That's wild. You know what I got thinking about, because why does it always come back? This is supposed to be paranormal talk, and damn it, if aliens don't come into play.
Right.
I got thinking about this morning because, I've talked about it, guys that have been in my chat. You've heard me talk about it, about how supposedly, I guess, way back when the aliens talked to Eisenhower and that, they wanted to bring free energy. They didn't want us to suffer. They didn't want us to have bills to worry about when it came to that. They wanted to give us free energy, all that good stuff. And it's almost like that's happening now, kind of in a way.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're making, like things are happening, and this whole thing with Stephen Greer and Close Encounters of the Fifth Kind. I don't know if you guys have seen it or whatnot. I haven't even looked at it yet. How he can he's been working on meditation and drawing aliens to him, like kind of meditating. Yeah. Have you heard about that?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Yeah, where he's meditating to the aliens, then showing them kind of like on Google Maps of where he's located it. So did I just say located it?
Yeah.
Located so they can find him and come down and meditate with him or talk to him or whatnot. And it's just so funny because of the fact that was their goal in the beginning, was to have free energy. And it's like the government got so hyped up and, messed up royally that they're kind of forcing an issue where we have to go into where the government's paying to,
Mm-hmm.
us because of the fact of what's going on in there. I just had a very big vision and thought about that this morning.
Yeah. Speaking on that, let me see where I shared this. On my Discord, I shared. I brought this up on John's. We had on the 4th of April. It was 4/4/2020. So 442 plus 2 is 4. So 444. This was very interesting. Let's see, where did I put it? Let's see here. Where did I put this? Right the ways. Every decision. Okay, this was interesting. I'm sorry, like, just letting you guys know, I'm not a religious person. I do study the Bible for spiritual purposes, though. I did notate this on the 444 numerology. The fourth commandment, and this tells us so strongly what we're going through at the time. The fourth commandment in the Bible tells us to keep the Sabbath day holy. And this goes back to what I just said when I got spoken in meditation. When God gave Moses the 10 Commandments, he was highly concerned with proper worship on that day. God instructed them to, quote, do no work, and no one was working for them could work either, and this included animals. What is going on in this world at this moment?
Yeah, see, like little things are at whatever religion you are or believe in spiritually, something's going on to where it's telling us like to slow down.
And 444 signifies higher purpose. Every decision you make is influenced by divine intervention. Don't worry, blessings are coming your way. Have faith and acceptance in the grace of God, your maker, your creator, your angels, your guides. So we're essentially all being guided, positive energies flowing, no matter what hurdles life is throwing at us at the moment. It's for a reason. We are being led to an ultimate goal, to an ultimate solution.
I agree. Yeah.
Yeah. So
they are, Andy, they are, but still it's the whole thing of, okay, Ricky, take care, hon. They are, but that's the, how do I say that? They're still taking care of us. That's
right.
what they do. That's what their calling is.
It's kind of like, okay, another thing I was spoken, like I asked my guides a few days ago, I said, why am I sick? Why do I have all these autoimmune problems? And they said, to keep you still.
You know
I
what?
said,
It's so funny. In
oh.
the short amount of time that I've known you, I could totally understand that.
Because if y'all had known me before when I was working, I was a workaholic. I was a creator, planner. I was raising 3 kids at the time. Now I'm raising 1. I was a go, 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 get it done. My house was like picking up everything. Everything was top notch. I mean, I was doing soccer mom. I had the kids in sports. I was not taking a breath. I was working out every other day. I was a runner every other day. I did yoga every other day. I kept myself busy. I didn't even take aspirin for a headache.
Right.
I was on the go, go, go. So for them to say to keep you still because I literally wasn't listening.
Right.
If they wouldn't have had, if I wouldn't have gotten sick, I wouldn't have been put, and this goes into a metaphorical meaning of why we're where we are now.
Right.
Why are we here? Why is the world at a standstill? And this is what a lot of other spiritual teachers are teaching as well. Think of this, don't necessarily think of what we're going through as a bad thing. You can, when you first enter into your spirituality, you do enter what we call the fear stage.
Right.
But you will overcome that. He wants to still you, to make you pay attention, to go within so you can have an understanding without.
Right. I totally agree with that. I totally agree. I went through that.
So, but, and then my like the visions that I was talking to you about months before this even, and weeks before this even happened, and then this all happened, it blows me away. And my thing was like, okay, what's my purpose? And for those who already have a spiritual understanding, and you've already had your wave of spiritual enlightenment, obviously you're never going to stop learning. We're always learning.
Definitely.
You're supposed to, your path is to help bring others in and encourage them spiritually and keep them calm through that fear stage, to bring them through this path and help them understand it's okay. They can, teach them how to tune into their guides.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could definitely see that.
So,
I mean, it's you look at the world and it's just, I don't know. It to me, it's because like everybody's like, what, how do I say it? Like with me, it kind of goes when I was younger. Like I said in a past stream that, I always had that I didn't want to be rich. I didn't want to be rich. Nothing happened to me. I don't know why the hell I say that at 5 or 6 years old. You know what I mean? I shouldn't even know what like money is or whatnot. But it's like, I look back at it and thank God that I didn't have money, because if I had money and fall back today, I never let myself get used to being comfortable, if that makes sense.
mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I'll subconsciously spend money just to stay in that, not poverty level, but, like right there at the edge, though.
Well, yeah, and you're essentially what you call it's manifesting your reality,
Right.
of what path you want to, what kind of energetic level you want to remain on.
Right.
But if you do ever plan to overcome, or if you ever want to change that, that you have the will to
I
do
do.
that.
That I know.
Yeah, you
But
have.
I have to get over what I have to go through something. I don't know what.
Yeah.
But
it's like you need to remain on this frequency for a while.
yeah, and there's a purpose for that.
There's a purpose.
Yeah,
I
definitely feel that.
Yeah, I totally get that. 100%.
And I think that's why, like I said before, with my store before I started doing YouTube and everything, it started to pick up, and I was making good money.
Mm-hmm.
And then it was kind of like the universe, is this really what you want? And even though I worked at that for years, I mean, my whole life, I've always had a store that I was constantly putting out there. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And like, it was kind of at that time where I'm sick of living like this, that fed up kind of feeling. And then my store took off. And then it was kind of like I said, the universe was saying, is this really what you want? And it was like, no, I don't. And that's when I started doing my YouTube. You know what I mean? It's like little,
Yeah.
just weird. Now, you heard my story about the whole portal thing, right?
Oh, I'm trying to think.
About the Eddie seeing the hand coming through the wall.
Oh yeah, I heard that.
Yeah.
It's been a while, right?
What's your take on it? Like, I don't know why this is getting to me. I don't know why.
That is why I brought up for people to read or listen to the audiobooks of The Law of One, and to check that playlist out. Because there are those types of beings that you would see come through the wall like that are going to be from the 5th dimension and up.
Okay.
Depending on what color was the hand?
I think he said it was, I want to say, I don't know. Hold on. I'm going to ask him.
Yeah.
Let me mute this so I don't yell at you guys' ears.
Yeah, that would be interesting to see what. I hope everybody's enjoying their day.
Well, that figures he's not up here.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I want to say it was like a grayish, shadowish. But the feeling I get was like the way he explained it was like they put their hand through and then realized like, oh shit. You know what I mean?
Well, and also too, it could have been, okay, this is kind of hard to explain. Okay, there are beings from like this, from a lower dimensional realm. It depends on what kind of frequency he felt.
Right.
About what color it's going to be, but then it could have been a higher dimensional being. But you know, this is interesting. Like, as far as like when you think, I'm kind of getting off, like not quite off track, but when I was starting to check this out, I don't know why I was called back into looking into all of this, but it gives you a better understanding of why, like aliens, what we call aliens, but that are interdimensional beings, can travel through things like walls and things like that. But I don't know. Just interesting. It'd be interesting to understand what kind of feeling he had.
Right. I know he wasn't scared. He's not getting scared like he used to. He's just like, what throws it up. But he said that was like, it was one of two things. He goes, it was like somebody realized that I had seen them and they're like pulled back. But he said it's almost like, because our cupboards are right there. Mm-hmm. And he's like, almost like a kid going up and trying to get the snacks out of the cupboards and realize they got busted. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. That's interesting.
Yeah. I mean, he said like and then Andy really screwed up my world when he brought up the point that, well, obviously, even though it came through like once, it's almost like a circle coming through a round mirror. That's the image I keep getting in my head.
Mm-hmm.
And then Andy had to screw all that up when he's like, well, obviously he must have seen through the wall if they thought they were busted. And I'm like, shit. Yeah, that does make sense.
Yeah, he would have been able to see.
Yeah.
So there's also spirits that linger, that decide to stay in our realm, that once used to be human. Obviously, we investigate the paranormal, right?
Right.
So they do decide to stay in this dimension, even though they've crossed over. And typically we take on the forms of like a light frequency, and whenever you spirits have the ability to not we're just energy. We have the ability to basically shapeshift, right?
Right.
To manifest our appearances. And if someone, like, say, for example, if some spirit is still thinking that and if they still liked their human form,
Right.
and they've been on this earth, they've been lingering for many years, hundreds of years, they've been gone, they are going to start losing their light frequency, and they're going to become more dull in appearance. That's another thing that's kind of freaky to you.
Right. Right.
They're going to, but they're basically, you know, they're just lingering. They haven't gone to the other realms yet. They just want to kick it in this realm where they used to be human. They were too connected to their human life, I guess. Which we see that a lot.
Right.
I have spirits coming, me being a death seer and being like a beacon of light to these spirits coming up to me all of the time. I see that quite often. Yeah. But anyway, sorry.
Oh, no, don't be sorry. I love it when you go on.
Yeah.
I understand that, Ron. Yeah, that's the one thing people don't think, that when it comes to doctors, a lot of times they don't, if it's something new, they don't know. And I always go back to the example of when I was pregnant with Ryan, I had a toothache, and I called up the doctor because I was like, what am I going to do? And he's like, what do you got around the house that you can take? And I said, the only thing I have is a hydrocodone. And he's like, go ahead and chop that in half and take half of it. He goes, you're putting so much stress. And I'm like, but it's a hydrocodone. I was nervous. I was pregnant. I didn't want to hurt my baby,
Mhm.
And he's like, listen, he goes, the reason that we tell people to take Tylenol is because we found out by accident that it most likely won't hurt the baby. He goes, but you being in pain the way you are is putting more stress on that baby than that pill could ever do.
Yeah.
And he's like, we don't know. You know what I mean? So it's like, that happened with my niece who was pregnant with my oldest great niece. They thought she was going to have mental issues and stuff in the testing they do in the womb.
Mm-hmm.
But she came out fine. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I mean, everything has its could be and could be not.
I was going to mention, could you maybe do a stream? I'm like, can you do a stream? Like, why don't you do your own stream diary? Just like, I like how you put everything together. I need to do that anyway.
Well, could that be your spirit guide saying get off your ass diary and do a freaking stream?
They have been. Well, right now they've got me guided. I'm delaying myself again, and they do want me to do that, but right now they're focusing me on teaching me this new wave of stuff.
Right, yeah.
But I was going to mention to you, I thought you would find this interesting. Going back to like the pyramids of Giza, the pyramids in Egypt, and the pyramids all around the world, and why they were used, the original reason why they were used. In this book of the Law of One, Ra states that they were used as healing energy centers, and that they were teaching the humans to heal their bodies with crystalline beings. Not only
I've
that,
heard of that.
but the places in the world that these pyramids, they're placed just perfectly. And a lot of people who visit them feel this frequency.
Oh my God, that scared me. Blue,
What?
you got me. Damn it.
What? Your
I'm like
camera
really getting
shake
into this.
scared
That's
me.
when she hits. Thank you, Blue, for the ice cream and the heart attack. I love you.
But
Oh,
yeah, isn't that? I don't know. I just thought maybe you'd find it interesting, like the
hell
whole
yeah.
healing about where this pyramid, why they're placed where they are with the star, aligned with the stars.
Yep.
People generally, I don't know, like I feel more connected, especially when I go outside to meditate on a full moon. But I also am drawn to the high frequency meditations that I have are very pertinent the week of a full moon and the week of a new moon, because the week of the new moon is ensuring that you're shedding and you're re-manifesting and you're getting new ideas for what you're going to recreate for that month.
Right.
And then the full moon, you're soaking up all of those positive energies. But anyways, and it does feel healing.
Oh,
So
definitely. See, I also know, at least what I've studied, and this goes with, now are we talking Ra or Amun Ra? Do you know which one?
people call them I'm talking to what is God. I would just call him Ra, but I've
Right.
heard of Amun Ra. Are they
Yeah,
different?
Amun Ra is the combination. That's when, basically, crap, I can't think of, now I see brain freeze. Um, when, oh God. It was Tutankhamun's father. Oh my God. Well, anyway, they combined them into one.
Well,
That
I'm more
became
so
Amun-Ra.
focusing on why these pyramids were placed there. And
Right.
they
See,
were placed there for energy healing centers.
well, that's the thing too, is that's what made me think of this. Thank you, Cassie, by the way. With the whole thing with Ra and Amun-Ra and all that. My understanding from the pyramids and I will definitely research this and do a whole stream on it if anybody's interested, because
Oh,
I
love
love
it.
learning about stuff like that.
Yeah.
But it was because Thoth made the pyramids all over the world to help power the grids to protect us.
Exactly. So you think powering up the grids, but over time, even with the Bible, even with the Quran, even with whenever I mean, I feel like I'm repeating myself for people that know that I've spent a year and a half in my closet reading the Bible, which led me to the Quran and the Torah and the Talmud, and reading up on the Sanskrit literature, and Egyptian literature and Greek mythology and so on and so on and so on. But every single story has the same theme. You have the healer in this story, right?
Right.
You have death and rebirth in the story. But our stories over time have gotten twisted down the
Right.
line. And then not only that, history has covered up even the archaeologists have covered up so many things of what these places were meant to be, right? What were they really truly meant to be?
Yeah, and see, that's where my brain goes crazy, because I'm
So
like,
I
you
would,
know,
yeah, I would encourage you if you do plan on doing a stream on the pyramids and, healing, what heals the body, were the pyramids used for this purpose?
I'm
try
looking
to
for my
go
notebook.
maybe meditate, connect with your guides on it and see what they tell you as well when you're going into researching this.
Right. Yeah, I will definitely ask. I mean, you know me, I hardly meditate just because I,
Well, your form of meditation and
yeah, mine is basically tell me what the hell I need to know.
right, your form of how you're going to receive the message from your guides is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I knew what you meant. I just like to throw, you know.
Yeah. That's kind of what I mean. Because just letting everybody know, meditation can mean many different things to people. I mean, you could be doing the dishes and just thought coming to mind. That could be your form of meditation because whatever gets you to still your mind off of your thoughts to receive the message from the divine is what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like I've learned to,
I mean,
I know my guides are smart asses just like me, and like they'll give me little messages. I've talked about it here before. How I'll be waiting to do a video or whatnot, and I'm just like I'll start critiquing myself, and then I'll get an email for an ad that says just do it, and it's like I know, shut up. I know
mhm,
it's them. It's little messages like them going, get your ass going, come on.
mhm. Yeah, little signs and numbers as well, little messages, even I was watching I was watching someone do a speech on for somebody else that says, we can even receive not just through emails and stuff like that. Someone can come to you and say something and then you're like, "Whoa." It's like your guides are speaking through that person to you.
Right,
You
right.
can receive messages in so many different
Yeah.
ways.
Oh, definitely, definitely.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ron, for that ice cream. Yes, you got me a little bit. I think Blue got the initial shock out of me, but that got me a little bit. Oh, okay. Pyramids all over the world and healing.
But I thought it was interesting when they noted that not just that these were used for healing centers, but and that not just that they were being guided to use crystals, but that in order to complete the healing process in the body, that you needed a crystalline being. In other words,
That's what I wanted to write down.
yeah, in other words, you need to tune in, go within, and connect with your crystalline beings that were put there in soul contract with you to help assist you. But
Yeah.
your ultimate goal on this earth is to become a crystalline being. And to become a crystalline being, you have to send all of the dimensions.
And I wonder, that's why if certain, like, I wonder if it works like chakras. This is a very interesting thing. And
Yeah,
I
it
definitely
does.
want to check into it because, kind of like how you might be drawn to an amethyst, where I'm drawn to fluorite, or
Mm-hmm.
you know what I mean, where somebody else is drawn to selenite. You know what I'm saying? And I wonder if that's what reacts to us, kind of like the chakras in a way, but not. Do you
Yeah,
know what I mean?
you're going and you're gonna if you're drawn to a certain crystal, you're going to want to look up the qualities of that crystal and why you are being drawn because there may be a specific chakra that is blocked
Right.
that you may need to work on. Um,
I wonder if
so,
that's where like our little chakras come into play too.
mhm.
Because everybody talks about, excuse me, the main chakras, but there we have like what, 20 different
Yeah,
ones all over our body.
you also got your hand chakras.
And that you guys can,
Um,
if you don't know, you guys can feel that if you do there, sit there and rub your hands together
mhm.
and then kind of make a little ball, go like
Yep.
that.
Yeah. I didn't know you knew that.
Oh yeah, I'm a
That's
witch.
what I
Come
do.
on now.
You could even place a crystal in the palm of your hand and put your hands together and actually in your mind think that you're opening up that chakra.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, if you don't have one, you could just rub your hands together and just do like what Moon said.
Yeah.
And feel you. I did that with Kelsey on a live stream one night, and I got her to feel that energy. She was like, "Whoa, I feel it! I feel that energy."
Yeah. Yeah.
She was
A
like,
lot of I used to
"Wow."
practice a lot of that with that because I used to be like a love how do you say it? I don't know how you would portray it, but I used to draw in energy from my left hand and shoot it out my right hand.
Mm-hmm.
Like I've done a lot of exercises with different energies in my hand. That's how I got like I draw out like a lot of times my negativity that's in my body that I feel is like weighing me down. I'll go through and scan as I'm throwing out into like in my mind it's a bubble that goes out into the universe and lets it go.
Yeah.
So, all different things. See, the thing of it is different. The different thing is, I should say, is when I started out in witchcraft and everything that I wasn't as relaxed in it, obviously, as I am now. I took everything very seriously, which you should.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? But I didn't joke. Like you would never catch me joking about my spirit guides like that because that was back then. It was like disrespect. But then as I got into my own magical self,
Mm-hmm.
I know what I can push and what I can't push.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
No,
That's pretty cool, Mary.
makes sense.
I was in and out of your stream a lot last night. I'm so sorry for that. I try to do work at night and then I catch all these cool streams and I procrastinate and then I shoot myself in the head because I didn't get my work done.
I feel so bad. I've been missing so many people's streams.
Same here.
I can only hop in for a few when I can. And I've been missing, I don't know what it is, but I've been missing Mary's streams and
I think everything is just like, I don't know. Like I used to know when this person was on, when it's this one. And now I feel like I don't know shit.
But like I said, it's either doing homeschool work with Addison, or I've been being called to learn, which is a lot of that as well. So homeschool work, learning, and I've been meditating a lot. But hopefully I'll be back in everybody's streams when I know that when it's time, right?
When it's time. Yeah, exactly.
Aligns. But I don't want anybody to feel like I'm leaving them out. I feel really like a bad friend in a way.
Oh, not at all.
Sorry, guys.
As much as you have gone in and been with all of us, we know this. We know you're going through a lot right now and you have a lot on your plate. Yeah. We miss you tremendously, of course. But you know what I mean? Like I told you the other day, if I didn't see you popping around at least saying hi, I would get very worried.
Yeah.
But just seeing that little bit, do you know what I mean? I'm like, okay, she's fine. She's just got a lot on her plate. You know what I mean? We all love you and miss you, of course, but we understand too.
Yeah. Yeah.
And as much as you've done for all of us, believe me.
Aw, I appreciate that.
Well, it's the truth. That's right, Cassie. Personal life.
Yeah.
Y'all know a lot of shit going on right now.
I know you even had to take I just looked up and everything was it is still 333. I've been seeing 3.
Wow, yeah, you just said that.
33333. It was all 333.
I'm like, as I looked at the timer, I was like, what the hell?
But yeah, y'all know just with what y'all do in your own, being very spiritual and awake, that you need time to recoup. And you've got to go within and you've got to also take care of your own personal life never stops, right? You can't ignore it, especially when you have kids, but
exactly.
But y'all know I know you took a break there for a while.
Yeah.
Off your channel where you weren't posting.
Yeah.
But
I'll do that. I just because if I don't, I'm gonna run. I don't want to burn out.
Yeah, Moon, I've told Kelsey, and she hasn't been in anybody's streams. Um, she's
Yeah,
Kelsey's Paranormal. She hasn't been in anybody's streams. She has had a lot going on. Right now, her internet is completely out because she can't afford to pay the bill. Um, they've they've ordered a couple of like trash, those large trash bins that you
right.
order,
Yeah,
because they're getting rid of a lot of stuff. But it was that they're kind of doing a cleansing, and she's
yeah.
still healing. Yesterday was the 3 months since her dad passed away. But she did do karaoke one night on her Facebook, and I couldn't even make it. I felt so bad. I was
I
like,
know. I did. I
like,
seen her
I
go
went in
live
and I
one time.
found out she was live after it had already ended, and I was like, I'm so sorry, I missed you.
I know it's so hard. But
But
yeah, exactly, Mary. Decluttering. There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with decluttering your life. I'm telling you.
I wish we could do that. We can't. I live in a gated community complex here, and they do curbside pickup, and we're only allowed to throw away 3 trash bags a day.
Oh my
They
God.
closed the trash bin down here. So
Wow.
we can no longer just get rid of bulk stuff. So if we want to get rid of anything bulk, we normally take it over to my mother-in-law's house. It's so ridiculous.
It is. It really
Three
is.
three three regular trash bag, 40-gallon trash bags a day. That's it. And we
Right,
can't
right.
throw away boxes. It's like very strict around this. But I mean, it is a nice gated community, but it's strict.
Right, yeah. Yeah, I get
um,
that.
but yeah, sometimes I just want to do you ever feel like you just want to get rid of everything and start all over again?
Yeah, well, that's happened to me a couple times, but
I literally,
that's why I'm a pack rat, though. That's why I'm a hoarder, is because I know how quickly things can go. But I like that
I
because
have a
I
lot of
don't
things,
want to get used to having stuff, and then I don't know. It's weird. It's
but
hard to
sometimes
explain.
I go through these stages where I just want to I know I need to get rid of a lot of Addison's toys that like she still wants to hang on to some of them, but I'm like, baby girl, you don't play with them.
Right,
We have
right.
so much space we could free up if she would just let go of these toys, because she's too old for them. But it's that personal love. You know how
Yeah. Oh,
you
yeah.
grow attachment to things.
Definitely. Of how many times you played with that, exactly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and it's refreshing to clear yourself too. Yeah, definitely. It is freeing.
Some
Exactly, Mary.
Somebody put this a good way. Um, if you look around in your living circumstances, and if you're living the way you're living, if your house is dirty, kind of represents what's going on the inside. Yeah, that way you laughed. You're like,
Yeah.
"Oh."
That
And then
kind of
that
makes
could
sense though,
be,
because I wing everything.
yeah, that could mean things that, like, if you're holding on to things, that make it mean things that you hold on to things on the inside, things that you need to be free of
Oh yeah.
emotionally. If you're, that you're, or if your mind, if you're cluttered in your house, maybe your mind is cluttered, or it might also not represent that. It could also represent that you're sick and you physically can't do these things. So it could represent the illness that's stagnant in your body as well.
That makes sense. Oh yeah, yeah, definitely. Um, that definitely makes sense. I think a lot of mine is, I mean, I'm still a work in progress. I mean, don't get me wrong, I might have sort of beat depression and anxiety enough to where I can be happy every day that I wake up. But I still have there's times where I hit those memories that I haven't dealt with yet. You know what I mean? So I'm still a work in progress.
Mm-hmm. See, Mary, I understand as far as not being able to do physical activities you used to. I am there. I was at the point to where I would not get put on these medications because I wanted to go the absolute healing process. I wanted to do it naturally, but I've been seeing a lot of doctors in the last few weeks. I've let things go to where now it's needing surgery attention, which is not good because I thought I could heal my body, but it's not working out. It's not working out as a plan. Okay, come on, Crystalline being, I really need you right now.
Right. It's like, where the hell are you? Come on now.
He's like, no, I still have learned you're not going to be still if I heal
See,
you.
they
completely.
really want you still, you know, like, yeah,
I'm like,
you wanna...
come on. But no,
I know.
It got bad, like really bad. No energy, like these, several autoimmune illnesses, and you know, looking for the, MS could be full blown. All these things, and
Exactly.
I can't complete all these tests I need to because of this virus that we're going through. But I wouldn't go on these medications and I wouldn't get these procedures done because I wanted to do it all natural. But finally, I've succumbed, and I decide, and my depression was getting so bad, and not a lot of people knew that. I really, really was depressed and I couldn't get through it, but my energy's getting a little bit better.
And that's the thing. People don't look at it when people are in pain or they're going through things and stuff like that. There's one of two things. You suffer through it, or you take meds that put you to sleep and you sleep all the time. And it's like, that's the choice you have a lot of the times. And nobody wants to sleep all the time, even though it's nice. You know what I mean?
Yes. And if the doctors, my guides were also telling me to go to the hospital, and they were telling me to go to the doctor, but I wouldn't, I wouldn't listen because I'm stubborn.
Right.
But,
no.
But I'm listening, and
good.
It's getting better, but I definitely sympathize with you, Mary. 100%. I would never. My house is not as clean as I would like to be. I don't go on camera right now because I don't have my hair done and my makeup on right now.
Oh, see, do you see this face? Hello.
I know, but
I don't care. Look, she said, I know. Did you hear that? No.
But no, I understand what it's more so like I can't even put myself together. And it's like,
I totally get it.
I haven't put on makeup. Gosh.
Well, the thing with it is, you know what it is?
I'm comfortable with myself. It's just going online without, I'm comfortable. My friends have seen me with I think Mary's seen me with no makeup on. Yeah, Mary, you've seen me with no makeup on. And all natural. But but it's just...
See, I've just gotten to I don't know if it's my age or where because I've been like, people don't understand that when I say that I was a hermit, I didn't like going out of my house. I didn't talk to anybody. I used to be the makeup freak. I've always been the tomboyish girl, but you've seen old pictures of me. I had my makeup done a lot of the times because of the fact that, that's who we grew up to be, right? Can't go out to take the garbage out without makeup.
Well, you say you're not wearing makeup right now?
No.
Well, you got dark eyelashes and dark, a tanner skin, and
all my eyelashes, I think, from I don't even know what, but they're not as full as they used to be.
I'm so blonde, I don't look like I have eyebrows or eyelashes.
Right. I get that. But I
I
mean, I
mean,
used to do my makeup all the time, and then I got old enough to where, and I think that comes with a lot of that self confidence that I got too, from God knows who, just working on myself, I guess. Where
I
I
don't
said,
know.
screw it, I want people, especially with my channel, I want people to see me in the raw. This is who
It's
I am. This,
weird.
I'm not putting on a personality. I'm a dumb shit in real life too.
Does this make sense? Okay, it's like getting through ego, and I'm comfortable going out in public with no makeup, comfortable going to my child's events with no makeup on, comfortable, talking to parents with no makeup on, comfortable going to the store with no makeup on, comfortable in my own skin, even looking at myself in the mirror. I don't think I'm ugly. I think I'm comfortable, but the social media is a whole different ball game. I
Right.
don't know, maybe I'm not completely through the ego process. I know I've just witnessed people be completely, absolutely mean on social
Yeah.
media.
Yeah.
Maybe.
That's why I'm so surprised that I'm getting, I think because of the love of all you guys and that is what I'm getting. I don't know. I mean, like, that's what's held me back for so long from doing YouTube. I mean, I talked about this years ago with my son when he was a teenager. You know what I mean? Doing YouTube and everything, to where I'd sat there and said, okay, Ryan, this is what it's going to be. I'm going to make these videos before live streaming, of course. I'm going to
Well,
make these videos. I'm going to send them to you. You can edit them. Don't let me see them at all, because I'll be like, no, and I'll be like, no, throw it out. Do you know what I mean?
yeah.
To now where I don't care what I look like, or well,
Well,
I care what I look
well,
like,
you
but I
look
mean,
beautiful. I didn't even know that you didn't have makeup on.
oh yeah, no.
And I mean, now that you say you don't have it on, I don't know if it would be weird to see it with you on with it on.
Right,
But
I can understand that.
I think it would be.
I'll have to get made up one of these times and show you, like with my wigs and that. I don't know if
Oh,
you
you
guys can
have
see all the.
wigs?
Oh
Oh,
yeah, wait a minute. Let me
cool.
see. I'm going the wrong way. Oh, you
Have
can't
I
see them.
seen a picture of you with a wig on? I feel like I have. No?
The only one that would be close is I do have that has a wig, would be where I got my hair, where I'm sticking my tongue out, and that's just my pink extensions. Because
Oh.
like I wear all different color, like my wigs back there. I don't think I have one straight color wig. Like I have purple, blue, black and
Oh,
purple,
that's
black and
cool.
blue, black and red. Um, I always have to have some sort of color. All my extensions that are in the bathroom are all different color, rainbow colors. I've always, that's how I was. That's how I've always been. Um, so yeah, I'll have to get made up one day.
That is so true, Andy. People, thing with social media is that people will hear something good and true about you and question it, but they hear a malicious lie and they
Yep.
believe it without question.
So
We
true.
see that so much in this community.
Yep, you do. You do. That's why I take in I take in my own gut feelings about things. Now, I'm not going to lie. If somebody came to me and said, well, this person is, it's going to make me leery unless it's a really good friend and is telling me for warning me or whatnot. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Unless it's a really good friend like that. But I'm still going to be, even if I heard something, like if somebody said something bad about you, Diary, I would be like watching you more, not stalker watching, but you know what I'm saying. You know what I mean? Obviously, nobody said anything bad about you. I don't think anybody can say anything bad about you. But I mean, just like, or Mary or Andy, if somebody came to me and said, hey, this person, blah, 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 I would watch them more, because that's what I do. I'm a watcher. I watch how they word things. It's
Mm-hmm.
very weird.
Mary, definitely, you're not a fake. I know that
No,
firsthand.
no.
The first time I met Mary, there was an instant connection.
Well, I remember her telling me that. Yeah.
Yeah, she's definitely not a fake person.
Right. Right.
That pissed me off. I have my friends' backs 100%. But I mean, I try not to get involved in drama.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I'll stop. I might sit there and listen to it just because
Mm.
I'm not a drama person anymore. There's like when I never was to begin with, but I almost like I can't say I fed off of it, but I don't know how to put it. I don't know, but once I turned my back on it, it was like every once in a while I got to get my little fix.
Yeah.
So
Well,
I'll listen to people having drama, but I won't get
going back
involved.
to my vision that I had, this one, hold on.
But again, I think it's more or less the watcher thing. I want to watch and take my take from it.
Be
If that makes
careful.
sense.
Be careful who you watch. I was given this message just to reiterate what I mentioned earlier. And I know that some of us are people watchers in this community because you can't help but watch somebody make a fool out of themselves sometimes.
Right.
However, when you have spiritual abilities like you do, and you know that you soak up energies, and
Yeah.
you know that you're going to have to release them later, be careful who you watch.
Yes, definitely. I totally get that.
Hold on one second. Where was it? In other words, okay, he or she influences other people's feelings. Take that into account. Some people, okay, we know how spirit box works, right?
Right.
This is a metaphorical meaning. Whenever we go into a channel and a spirit box works, I don't know about you, but I instantly feel a connection. I feel like a portal has been opened up in my home.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, I get
I
that.
sometimes hear other people's they're like, it's like the box is sometimes picking up on other people's thoughts. There's someone in our community who's very connected who does spirit boxes, and it's like, even when, I mean, this goes not just her, but in a lot of people's streams that do spirit boxes, you can even hear when that person who's using the spirit box, you can hear them reading the chat. It comes through on the box because it's kind of like a mind reader in a way.
Right. Yeah.
It's
I
picking up
know
on your
exactly what you're
thoughts.
talking about.
Does that make, yeah. So anyways, this goes up, it goes, and it doesn't just work in like a spirit box. Whenever you go and you put your energy into other people who have negative energies around them, you're going to soak up their negative energies.
Mm-hmm.
And it
Definitely.
doesn't matter if you're there with them in person. I mean, because you are sharing your energetic field with them, even online, because think of it like, I use the rainbow a lot, like the rainbow bridge.
Mhm.
Some people are more open than others, and like, you're like, say, if you're an open channel, you can go into that person, and this negative person, they could be an open channel and not even know it, but they're feeding on darker energies. You
Right.
could be downloaded with their negative energies. So that's the kind of message that I was spoken to.
And
They influence other people's feelings. And then that is why you get people who believe the lies, right?
right.
Because they'll influence your thought.
It's kind of like Oh, what the hell? Me and Eddie were just talking about it. I was going to say mind control, but that's not the word I'm looking for. Where we're subconsciously, like commercials and that. What subliminal?
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like a subliminal message.
It is. It's retraining your brain to. It's like a negative abusive. It's like a negative abusive. Every abusive relationship is negative. What am I saying? Where's there a positive abusive relationship?
Yeah, right. Oh, Eddie, positively abuses me all the time.
So I mean, it's an abusive relationship, even if you're just watching it.
Yeah,
It's
I agree.
even if you just, it's like, hey, this person is comparable to Jerry Springer, but I can't help but people watch him.
Yes, yes, I know.
Right.
And it's sitting there because there's been a couple times where I've been sitting there watching a drama thing go on or whatnot, and I'm like, why the hell am I watching this? I
Yeah.
can't stand Jerry Springer. Why the hell am I watching this?
Yeah. And also, think about you're doing your spiritual research, and you can tell once you become more advanced in your spiritual teachings, you've gotten out of the fear stage, and then you see
Yep.
other people entering the fear stage. Go,
Yeah,
if you are going to go in there to help bring the light to those people and to help guide them, make sure you're armed, and
hmm
make sure you have closed off and put in a protective energy field around you. The same with if you're people watching.
right. Yeah,
But make sure that so nothing else comes through, and do your cleansing afterwards.
right.
I don't
Right.
know why I just said that, and I just basically forgot what I just said, but today I feel like I feel like a robot today, and things are being poured out of me today.
Right. Right.
Or
Like
maybe,
there's
I
no
don't know.
filter. There's just
Maybe some people need to hear the message. I
you
don't
know
know.
what? And that's exactly how I take it. There's somebody out there that's listening that needs to hear something that we talk about. That's what I'm always hoping for.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm always hoping for that because I don't seek like when you're saying, like I joke around with Ron. Ron always calls me the teacher. I'm not teaching nobody. I'm just telling you
Yeah.
what I feel, or what, or asking you guys what you feel. I like doing that. And if I feel like I don't try to change anybody's mind about anything
Yeah, and
because their
don't
world is their world.
make sure like going back, like that's what I was trying to say. The fear stage, if you're going into a channel that you know that they're in the fear stage,
Right.
and they're caught up on the end of the world,
Yeah.
kind of things. Um, don't go backwards in what you've learned. Don't get
Right.
caught up in the BS, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
And you can apply that to every single event in your life.
Exactly. Now, mind you, don't get me wrong. I like a good conspiracy theory.
Oh, well, I wouldn't. Yeah, I don't know if I would. And if you're
I've
going
been thinking a lot about that lately.
if you're going to be following conspiracy theories, a lot of people who do them, yes, they are caught up in this fear stage.
Yeah.
However, there are bits and pieces of information in there that are genuine. So make
Right.
sure you go in there with your filter on, and you filter
Right.
out what information is BS and what information is useful to your learnings.
And that's why I try when I'm doing my conspiracy theory shows, I try to make them lighthearted and fun. Do you know what I mean?
Mhm.
And ask you guys what you think and stuff like that
Well,
because of the fact that You know, I don't want to sit there and say, I don't want to be one of the hardcore conspiracy theories. Like, you got to see, when I watch like on YouTube or D Live or anything like that, I try to find like the in between. I don't like to find hardcore right, hardcore left in anything. I hate that. I'm a Libra, first of all. So, so I like the balance. But yeah, exactly, Andy. Questioning something is completely different than swallowing crap someone is spouting. Right,
Yeah.
exactly. And I don't want anybody to ever feel like if I'm doing a conspiracy show that I'm trying to get you to believe it. No, I'm asking you guys. That's why I do these. I love coming up and asking you guys what you think.
Well,
You know what I
I
mean?
always enjoy your shows. Like, I've never felt once that I was going backwards in my learnings.
I hope
Always.
not.
No, I've never. You're not. Um, I I don't think you're in any way in the fear stage. I think that you follow. It's like you follow the stuff that you have filtered out. You
Right.
understand? And also you do bring up things that that are very interesting, and I like how you always want to get the audience to chime in.
Definitely. That's,
And some people do disagree, and they do offer a different perspective on it.
yeah,
And
exactly.
I've seen you I've seen you say, "Oh yeah, you're right. I think so too." Okay, and moving on.
Yeah,
Um,
exactly. I totally, oh,
offering
I'm so
another
sorry, reading
perspective
something
to
else.
something. But yeah,
Yeah, I like to hear everybody's take on different things, because maybe even me reading a story, I'm missing something that one of you guys picked up. And when you bring that to the table, that's awesome.
yeah,
I've done 360s in my thinking because of the fact, well, I'm all over the table too. I do question everything, but not in a like bad way. You know what I mean? I'm like, what if, what if, what
Mhm.
if, you know?
Yeah, it's always interesting to me, and I wish that we could get a bigger audience in here for you, but it's
It's not,
almost kind of like I
you
know
know
that
what I love though? You know what I love, honestly, Diary?
you.
I have only so many subscribers on YouTube. I have only so many subscribers on D Live, but like on YouTube, I have over 10,000. I'm at 11,000 views in a month. So
That's
that tells me that the guys that everybody that's watching me is truly watching me.
yeah,
You know what I mean?
genuinely
So
watching your content. Yeah,
that makes me feel real special than numbers could ever feel. You know what I mean? Or
yeah,
make me feel, if that makes sense.
yeah. That does make sense. And I think another thing too is that the people that have come to your channel are the ones that are kind of called to your circle.
Right, right.
They're the ones that are meant to be here to hear your message at that given time.
Yeah, so yeah, definitely. And that's like why I like having, certain aspects of different aspects of certain things,
Mm-hmm.
you know.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I like how you're dedicated to. I need to get to that point
It's
eventually.
I'm telling you, it's the thing of it is, and I'm not gonna lie, there's many days where I'm like, oh, I don't want to stream today. But then I do stream, and then I feel so much better afterwards.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Thank you for the follow, Cool Pics. How are you? I thought that was Blue getting me again.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I really feel that way, and I'm so happy of everybody that comes in here, and that was my main goal. I wanted everybody to have a voice. You know what I mean? And
Mhm.
everybody feel welcome and have fun.
Yeah, it's always a good time in here.
Well, I'm glad. I'm glad. That makes me feel good.
Yeah. It's always a good time.
I mean, but like I said, yeah, I feel so much better after I stream. even though sometimes I feel very, very tired. But I always feel good after talking to all you guys and just keeping, the good vibes up. It's awesome.
Yeah. Do you ever feel like if someone does Spirit Box and then another channel wants to do Spirit Box, you can't go in there because you're already drained from watching them?
Yes.
I can't do sometimes I just cannot do piggyback, and I'm mod for a lot of channels, and I just sometimes I'm trying to. I've had to take a good look at like I'm saying, I'm getting all these frequencies and downloads. I've had to really oh God, I can't think of the word. Make it important. Be dedicated. Make it important that I need to stop, right?
Yeah.
And not like
but that happens on a daily basis too, though. I mean, in some aspects, not every day.
Some channels, it's like one person goes live after the other, and they're all doing Spirit Box, and some people do Spirit Box all day, and and it literally, it does open up a frequency in your home. It draws the energies from you, and I already have so much going on. I have daily paranormal activity in my home already.
Right, yeah.
I'm being spoken every single day, and it can be draining.
Definitely, no doubt. But I mean, there are times too that I go in and I can hear perfectly on one person's Spirit Box, and then I'm like, okay, I'm amped up I want to hear, and I go to somebody else's stream and they're doing Spirit Box, and it's like, I ain't picking up shit.
Yeah,
I mean, I can hear the common words, but I'm not hearing the undertone.
Mm-hmm. It also depends on the person handling the Spirit Box, because okay, everybody has a gift, right? Everybody does. However, not everybody perfects themselves to be an open channel, or they're not completely open to where they can receive those messages. And it also has to do with the aligning of the stars. I mean, it could be the position of the stars and the planets at that given time, and the location that you're doing that Spirit Box and things like that. It also depends. Most importantly, it's the host, which
right, yeah. That's why I don't do Spirit Box a lot. I feel like I mean, I'll do it here in my home by myself, but I feel like I do it like too different of a way than most people are used to. So that's why I don't know.
Yeah.
One
Spirit Box a day I listen to now. I just can't do it right, Christina. And it's only like so long. And I like it when people, I like I'm sorry, Christy. I've been lurking in some of your streams, but I haven't been able to spend the whole time in there, go in there and chat because I've been so busy. But
she does a good job.
You do. I'm so glad that you let people know in advance that you're going to be doing your stream. She does a good job. I wish everybody would let everybody know in advance. I know we already know when you're doing stuff most of the time. Sometimes you do something spontaneous in the evening.
Yeah.
But if I know, like, say, for example, I have a group of friends and I know said person's going to be doing a Spirit Box that day, and said other person's going to do a Spirit Box that day, I may choose one of those people to decide to go to rather than this other person, because I can only, maybe I can only handle one of those that day, right?
Right.
Not piggybacking it. I can't piggyback it one on top of the other.
Yeah.
And some people stream for hours and hours and hours and do that. And I don't know. I don't know how they do it.
I honestly don't either. I feel like I bore everybody.
Well, I'm like, oh man, I don't know. How do you sleep? Are you sleeping really great at night? Are you sleeping good? Are you having any dreams?
Right. Yeah.
Nightmares? Or I don't know. But even dealing I've also wondered, I know like it's like perfecting your barriers, your energetic, your protection that you have around you as well.
Right.
However, like I said, if you are a seer and you have these gifts already in place, going into somebody's spirit box stream is an extra that you're going to do that day, in addition to
Right.
what you already have downloaded that day. So it's going to be additional energy wasted, because when I'm doing a meditation, if I've got spiritual downloads, I know how to go through and cleanse my chakras to feel renewed again. Um, but even if I'm doing cards with, like, you do cards and you know how it is, you know how
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
exhausting. Sometimes maybe it's not as exhausting as it is from one stream to that next, right?
Yeah,
Depends
right.
also who you're reading,
Yep. Oh,
right?
definitely. Definitely.
And it's got a lot to do. But I feel bad, because then you don't want to tell the person like, "Oh, you chose them over me." You go to
Right. Yeah, I
um,
get it. Yeah, and that's
uh,
one thing that I don't know. I'm glad to see everybody when I'm in rooms and talking to people, and you know what I mean?
yeah,
I'm glad
and
to see everybody. It's when I start worrying, like, I haven't seen this person in a while. Where are they? Why aren't they? You know what I mean? That I get worried over. And
I'm gonna.
it's a real worry.
I took a screenshot of that book, Andy, so I could check that out. Um,
And that's the thing. Don't push yourself. Exactly, Cassie. Like if there's a day that
I,
you've seen it, I've cut streams short, or I've gone longer. I mean, obviously, like today, I've been streaming for 4 hours. That's unheard of for me, you know. But it's just that energy is flowing and it's good. It feels good.
yeah,
But I mean, there's days that some day, Tuesdays when I do readings, there's some days I have to cut short because it's like I'm just it from the word go, it drains me. I'm glad I did it, but it's for some reason there's just, something there that's draining my soul.
hmm, yeah, and I mean,
I'd love to read forever. I really would. But I think with the way I read and the way when I'm saying like cards are calling to me, they're calling to me. Like I know, but it's up to me to figure out which ones are doing it. And that in
yeah,
itself is taking energy because I don't want to grab the wrong ones. You know what I mean?
hmm,
It's
yeah,
crazy. It's crazy.
yeah. You're really good at reading cards.
Well, thank you. Thank you. And it's so funny because I remember when I first picked up I had Rider Waite, the traditional deck, and
Hmm.
I um I remember saying, I'm never gonna remember all this shit. I'm never gonna remember all this. And I put them aside and went with runes.
Hmm.
And now, just last year, I mean, I've always studied tarot, but not really studied tarot. And then last year it was just like it was my time to really get into no tarot. And boom, here I am today.
Yeah, and yeah, Cassie, you're right. It's
Yeah.
not ever when you've got stuff going on in your personal life, or you've got crap coming from certain people, that creates negative energy, and it is not good to be it's not good for the card reader at all. And
Right.
another thing I hate it when people start crap in a paranormal chat, like if they or a spiritual chat, when they start issues during a spirit box, or if they start issues during card readings.
Yeah. Welcome
There's
back, Ron. Yeah.
there's a certain flow of energy
Yeah,
that
exactly.
this card reader needs to have, or the host of the spirit box needs to have. and
Right.
that is putting into it, and it's not good for anybody. And then that's when you start hearing, like on the spirit box, or for example, if people start hearing curse words on a spirit box, it's generally going to be coming from somebody who has negative energies around them.
Right. Right.
And yeah, so I don't often hear negative energies coming through my box, but that's because I focus on the light.
Right.
You know, I put up that boundary. Um,
I'm still trying to figure out that freaking tone.
what tone?
I was doing a spirit box session and there was a tone coming through.
Oh my God. Did you hear Patty's? Were you in the G teams yesterday?
I was for a little bit.
Did you hear? It sounded like, oh, it sounded like the frequency that I hear.
Well, mine
The
was
sound of
doot,
trumpets,
doot,
like
doot.
it sounded like ringing.
Oh, see, no, I didn't hear that.
The entire time. It started like a little bit into it. I'll need to let you know when it started. But I was like, oh my God, this is
Yeah.
like the sound of ascension. This is the sound that I hear.
Well, see, the thing of it is with the tone that I got, it was a 3-tone thing. It was like doot, 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 but it's something that I've heard before and I can't put my finger on it. So it's like driving me nuts trying to figure it out.
Really?
I even tried like downloading one of those apps, the music apps, and I'm like, doot, 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 but it wouldn't work for me or anything.
I'm trying to see.
I'm like, where it's almost like, and it's weird because it's almost like I want to say it's like I heard it off an alien thing, a UFO documentary or something.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's like pulling me in that direction, and I don't know. It drives me nuts.
You know, when
But it was going after like frequencies. You know what I mean? It wasn't like on one channel. It
when
was
yeah, when I felt like I was being taken, when I was, it was, uh, I had told you about this before, that I heard like sound of trumpets. It was after the total solar eclipse, and I had heard sound of trumpets for ringing sounds for 3 days. Me, my husband, and my daughter, all three heard them, and I caught voices within that frequency sound. And then a few weeks after that, I had been lit up, like, and I went to the mirror, I saw myself, I was completely glowing, like fire, and it actually, the radiation from it burnt my skin in some places.
wow.
But I had heard, it was like, I don't know what movie, I can't put my finger on what movie that came from, but you know how in those alien movies where the blinds are rustling back and forth?
Yeah.
That was happening in my home. And I thought they were coming through the windows, and I went to the window. I was already in the mode of recording everything, and I went over and I was recording, and I heard, get to the danger zone, get to the danger zone, like somebody on a megaphone outside saying, get to the danger zone, get to the danger zone.
Wow.
And I got in bed and I was touched where my third eye is. My hair was yanked backwards, so my head was pulled back, and an invisible hand slapped me in the third eye, and I yanked away, and they did it again. But when I went back and I listened to the record, and I saw beings, I saw little tiny alien looking purple beings. And then I saw crystallized beings walking around, like little bubble people. Like, I can't, like a pinkish purple hue kind of on the outside. Like if you blow a bubble, that's kind of what it looked like.
Okay,
And
like that opaque.
Mm-hmm. Like an opal, if you were to look at it like an opal or something, but it was like that hue. But when I went back and I played the recording, instead of getting into get to the danger zone, I got a weird sound coming through. It was like click, 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 click. It was weird clicking noises, weird frequency noises coming through that were not ever of what I've ever heard of this world.
That's wild.
So when you say that, that kind of made me think of that, like a click, click, click. Yeah.
Right. Now, when you guys are saying, because I think Mary and Christina said they both heard trumpets and stuff. Now, are you talking like I heard the big trumpets that everybody hears around worlds? That's not what you guys are talking about, right?
What? Oh, wait, I have to catch up on the chat.
You know how the sounds from around the world that people hear, the trumpets?
Yes.
Now, I've heard them.
Yeah. And it's like
but nobody else heard them but me, apparently.
Right.
It's like it's in between trumpets and metal screaming.
Okay. Let me see. Let me look back on my audio if I labeled it.
Is that what you guys are hearing, or are you experiencing something else?
Oh, no. That's a kind of sound that comes through. That was ringing it, but I still need to look back on the chat.
Oh, the spirit box. Okay.
Let me see. I think it was April the 12th. Don't quote me on that. I've got so many recordings and I did not label these. I need to go back and label them. But I hadn't heard this sound since this what I call the sound of trumpets, this ringing sound, this high-pitched. Okay, this is different from your typical ringing in the ears and completely different from these frequency noises that you hear. Like it's a different sound from spirit. You know the ringing that you hear when spirit comes close to you.
Right, yeah.
It's completely different than that. It's like a different level type of ringing, a whole different type of level ringing, and it activates it. You can feel the energy. It like activates your whole body. Something happens when you hear this sound.
Kind of like, do you guys go through like what I go through with the mini shakes?
Yeah, and you get downloads after this.
Like, yeah, I can tell when something spiritual is going on around me. I have no clue, but that's when the earthquakes in my body start happening.
Yeah,
but I don't hear ringing or anything. I just get that jolt of like I'm going through an earthquake and I'm looking and nothing's moving, so I know it's me.
Yeah, I understand. I can comment on the earthquake thing in a second, but
that's with Kundalini, right?
This, what I would call the sound of trumpets, is what all these people, you can look it up on YouTube. These people will go outside and they hear this frequency.
That's what I heard
outside, and they're recording it with their phones, and only maybe their neighbors aren't even hearing it, okay? But they are able to pick it up on their audio. And if you amplify the audio, you can hear voices being spoken in the audio, which is what I didn't even know about this. The only thing I ever knew was was back in my childhood, but I picked that sound up, right? It was the 7 a.m. of the day of the total solar eclipse. My daughter ran in the room and said, "Mommy, do you hear that?" And I said, and this was 2017, total solar eclipse. And I was like, "Oh my God, yeah, I do." And her dad was like, "I hear it too." And I recorded it and I got audio over the next 3 days. And
it happened 3 days for you, like straight, like through day and night, or
straight. I was hearing this frequency. Now, I ended up, it was so crazy that I heard it on Patty's stream. I actually heard it so powerfully loud. I think it was on the 12th. I have audio recordings from the 8th, so I'll have to go back, either the 8th or the 12th. And I heard that high-pitched, what I call the sound of trumpets. And I went all throughout the house and I recorded it. And I haven't reviewed the audio because I know that I'm going to catch something in that sound. And but when I heard that on Patty's stream, I was like, oh my God, it was so loud through the entire stream. I was like, I have never heard on anybody's spirit box before. It may have come through maybe on some other person's spirit box, it might have come through for a second, but this was happening. Once it started, it lasted the entire time.
Wow.
And she, I think I came in late on her stream last night. She was already streaming for I think I came in when she was streaming for 80 minutes or something like that. And then after a while it picked up. So it's probably halfway through towards the end of the live stream when she did the second that's what I should note. She did the second spirit box of the night. That's when it came through. So I want to, I'll have to review that and I'll have to share it with you.
Yeah, definitely.
But
See, now I heard the trumpets. Now I want to say it was like early morning, like you said, around 6 or 7. I want to say more 6 my time. This is back, mind you, this was right before I was coming up to Alaska. So I was still in New York. And I went outside and I heard those trumpet things. Like I said, it's in between. What I heard was in between like trumpets blaring and metal scraping together. It was like, if I sat there and listened to it long enough, it probably would have made my skin crawl. You know what I mean? Because it had, nails on chalkboard feeling. And I was just like, what the hell? And, of course, I've always been into the paranormal and shit like that. So I knew what I was hearing, but I was like, where? I was like looking around, like I was trying to figure out where the hell it was coming from.
Yeah.
And like I felt like nobody else was, almost like I was in a ghost town.
Mm-hmm.
It was very weird.
Yeah, it's like, it's a strange out of this world sound. And it's like,
Yeah.
And it lasts. It's not your typical like or high vibration, depending on what kind of vibration you're picking up in your ear, in your mind.
No, it's definitely outside and you can hear it.
You know that it's there, but not everybody can hear it. And it's typically it's a sound of what I have picked up.
And what sucks is, because I always analyze everything. You know what I mean? I always analyze why I'm hearing this. What did I hear that made me in turn think about this? Or, you know what I mean? So it's like, and I can't remember that day. I can't remember. I mean, my memory sucks as it is when it comes to that stuff, but I can't remember anything that I would have been thinking about that made me like open up to it, if that makes sense. Because I always think about that. Like when right before like my Kundalini and the earthquakes in my body happen, I'm like, what did I think about? What was I doing? What was I researching? What was, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Or what was being validated.
Yeah.
Like, typically, like if you feel those little, like you were just about to mention, like the Kundalini.
Yeah.
If you feel like your feet vibrating.
Mine's always in my spine. It starts out at the base of my spine.
That right there is your, right. If you feel in your back, it's typically positioned right above. If you were to go through the navel, your belly button through to your back.
Yeah.
Right, tiny bit upward.
Yeah. Well, see, mine travel. Mine will start at the bottom and then travel up. And it depends how open I am at that time, where it stops in my spine. It could go all the way to my neck, or it could, it depends what's open that day or whatnot.
Yeah, but what I was going to say is like, right, if you were to go right through your navel, your belly button to your back and go right a little tiny above, that's where your silver cord is.
Okay. Is that where the snake is?
It's where the your life cord, what connects your spirit to your body. Now, as far as like you feeling that from the base of your spine all the way up, that is the base of that's your chakras going all the way up.
Okay.
You're feeling the energy flow through, like what you said, the kundalini is the energy traveling all the way up.
Right.
And when you reach the kundalini level, you'll typically have the energy has to travel all the way from your root chakra all the way through your crown chakra, and the energies have to dance, and you'll know if you've reached the kundalini.
I think I almost did one night because I started focusing on it and I could feel the energy like go all the way up. And I felt like I was going to have a seizure. And I'm like, nope.
That's what
nope.
it's kind of like that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But don't be afraid of it. Like you'll feel that travel all the way up. Typically you'll see if your third eye has to be open for that, and you'll see well, first off, I want to let everybody know, when we come into this life, the lower two chakras, like your root chakra and your navel chakra, are activated. Once we receive love and we start learning things, our solar plexus is activated. And then the last chakra for you to reach the next chakra before you can open up any other chakras is to open up your heart. That's why they're always talking about open up your heart. So you have to open up your heart to open up the other chakras. So that's why when I lead people to do guided meditations, I tell them to focus on their heart first, and that'll lead you to your throat chakra. Well, there's also chakras right above your heart as well, but it'll lead you to your throat chakra, to your crown chakra. I mean, to your third eye chakra, and this is just the layman's terms of it, and then to your crown chakra. But you have to have all those chakras opened in order to reach the kundalini level, and you have to clear those blockages from the chakras, and you'll see the energies in your mind dance in a way. They'll be twirling, they'll be spinning. It's like a pink and a light pinkish color and a light greenish color, and they'll be like twisting around and around. And there are certain levels above your crown chakra that you can reach. There's higher levels that you can go, and that's what the level you're talking about as far as like, a seizure level. If you felt like you were almost going to go into a seizure, that's pushing through your crown chakra.
I think like with me, I automatically, I know when. That's why I've, knock on wood, I've never had anything evil or negative come around me, because I feel like I'm very highly protected for some reason. I don't know why, but I've always felt that way, like I'm protected in that sort of nature, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what the hell was I going to go with this? Like it just completely went right out the freaking head. Oh, when I think what started the whole kundalini for me is when we did have that big earthquake, and for some reason I awoken, like my protection, like I almost felt like a kind of like the earthquake happened and like the whole phoenix came out of my body, like in protection mode, like I could fly away at any time. Yeah. And then it closed back up, and that's when I started having my earthquakes in my body.
I have a short little phrase that I wrote, because I write poetry and I have it on my Instagram and Twitter. I once but a seed, but now I'm a tree. Think of your body. My body is to the earth. What happens in the earth is going to reflect your body. Like, think of your flesh as your own little earth. your own little planet. So what's happening in the earth is going to affect you. So like you said an earthquake happened,
Right.
it's going to release certain frequencies, certain activations to activate your body if you balance with that energy.
Right. Because, yeah, I mean, for the longest time before I found out what Kundalini was and stuff like that, I searched because of the fact that I kept having these mini earthquakes in my body. Nobody else. And it was enough to where I kept telling Eddie about them. And he's like, okay. And I'm like, I don't know what the hell's happening. And then he was sitting next to me on the bed one night and I had one of them. And he's like, what the hell was that? And I'm like, that's what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yeah.
And I said, that's one of those earthquake things. And like for the longest time, because, of course I go back to my witchy ways. I'm like, am I that connected with Gaia that I'm feeling earthquakes that are happening, but not big earthquakes? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, I tried to,
You
but
know,
then when I started, I could feel that I could control it.
I also pick
That's
up,
when I learned about Kundalini and that.
yeah, I also pick up on very, very minor earthquakes that we have, or if we have like even volcanoes, if we have or if the earth has shifted in any way. I'll have to look it up because that's what I normally do. I look it up and I see, because I'll feel something within my body like you're talking about, and then I'll feel little tremors, and I'll find
Mhm.
out that we're on the outside of a tremor, or we've had a minor earthquake.
I did that for months after it happened. Yeah.
And I already felt it in my body. And speaking on what Andy Kay was talking about, okay, if you're going back to like, think of like Asian medicine, of what they do with, I forget what the actual term is they call it, where they actually put little cups on the back of on your back.
Oh
Well,
yeah, my boss just got that done.
yeah, even if you're getting deep tissue massages, which is good, full body massages are very good for anybody, but they're especially good for people who do spiritual work, because you're talking about the even the small chakras that you have on your body, so that you want to get opened. Okay. So if you know that you've got, say for example, you've got a muscle spasm over here, think about what chakra that's related to. So you know that you have a blockage near that chakra. So you're talking, Andy, you're saying that you have spinal issues. I have spinal issues as well. And you almost felt like you had an out of body experience that you had, and then you saw these lights. They released a blockage is what they did, and you were able to relax and go into that meditative state. But yeah,
See, it sucks. I can't get anything like that because of my skin problem. I have an allodonia. I can't get massages or anything. It hurts me.
it hurts. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've got some autoimmune problems that that affect my skin, to where if I'm in a flare up, it just hurts
Yep.
to be touched.
Yep. Oh yeah, definitely. Like people don't understand when they
The thighs
touch,
are bad.
especially up here.
Yeah.
This is where it's really bad. If somebody comes up and just touches me or grabs me, it feels like I got a shot and it'll stay there for like 3 days.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So and that's another thing about the whole meditation thing. I think that's because I can't relax because I'm on constant guard. Like if I know it's going to happen, I'll take the pain. But if somebody grabs me and I'm just like, you know.
Well, as far as like, if you want to try to even get in it, I don't know. I think that you're being called to do more meditations. That's my own personal thinking that you are.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, it's gotten easier. Don't get me wrong. It's
But
gotten easier over the years.
that's good. And I also always recommend for anybody, if they have problem a problem like getting into a meditative state. Not, I mean, like I said before, we can get in meditative states just doing certain activities. I mean, some people play games that get their mind off things. Some people that
Yep.
clean the house, whatever floats your boat, that gets your mind, stills your mind. But to actually, I'm talking about actual meditation. I recommend to start off with guided meditations. Play around with it. See even if binaural beats help. And not everybody, you have to just play around with different people's binaural beats, different frequencies. Also look into what frequencies will work for what part of the body. Make sure in the description of their videos that they put what frequencies that they're using. It's not just a straight, 444 frequency, which usually generally helps overall. Or, but
I know there's a couple. Yeah, I mean, I like when I first started finding them and listening to them and that, they helped me so much that I'm like, hey Eddie, you got to hear. So I put it on the TV and have him here. And there was a couple that he loved, but there was a couple that he's like, oh, turn that.
oh yeah, Andy brought up something good. Yeah, Reiki would be very good for you. Reiki is what I think you were thinking of. That he said a massage without touching. Reiki would probably be best for you.
Yeah.
Missy.
Yeah.
Something where they don't have necessarily a specific type of Reiki where they don't have to touch, but they just, go over certain energy centers of your body and pull that.
That's true. That's true. I mean, don't get me wrong. Like if I can get past the hurt of my skin, I love a good massage. I'm not going to lie. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like even when like Eddie, because I have, what do you call it? Where my legs don't stop at night, they'll jerk.
Oh yeah. Restless legs.
Yeah, that's it. Thanks. So he'll rub my feet for me. And even that hurts until it kind of numbs it itself, if that makes sense.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
But him rubbing my feet feels good after I get through the pain.
Yeah.
So what might be a, quick 5-minute massage for most people ends up being like a 15, 20-minute massage because he's got to get through the pain, or I have to get through the pain, I should say.
Yeah. Yeah, Andy said he's always been able to focus on his hands and they heat up, and I'm able to do that with my healing abilities as well. And I do what is called a body scan. I even do body scans on myself. It's almost like an x-ray where I can close my eyes and I can scan my body with my hand, scan somebody's body or my body with my hands, and I can see where there is a mass. I can see what's troubling a person. Health-wise, I can see.
So you're kind of like, what you do is it's making me think of like what I do with my negativity with my hand.
Yeah, I've got a lot of gifts in that. I don't know. I don't know. I always just called it bodies being able to scan.
And that's kind of like what it is, what I do with the negativity when I'm going down through my own body. I don't do it to anybody else's, but I'm sucking it in through my left hand and putting it out through my right.
Well, Brandon my husband had some problems with his abdomen, and I was able to scan his abdomen with my hands, and there was 2 places I noted, and he said that's where he's been getting the pain. So that was a confirmation to me that, I to be able to do it on somebody else, it was a confirmation for me that, yes, I know what I'm seeing is accurate.
That's awesome. To get that confirmation, I can't imagine how you felt,
Yeah, because to do it on yourself is one thing, because Yeah, you can always disagree with yourself. Oh, maybe it's just me. I don't know. We
Right. Yeah.
do that with ourselves all the time, right?
Definitely.
Um, but to do it on somebody else is a whole different ball game. And
Yeah.
that leads you into that's aligned with the Reiki field, with the healing, with the being able to heal with your hands as well. I've been teaching Addison how to heal with her hands because I've been shown that she's got gifts as well. And it's aligned with being connected with nature. If you pull from nature, you're going to be able to use your healing gifts more easily. Like,
Right.
for example, being a tree hugger, being connected to the stars, whatever.
Thank you for the follow, by the way.
But
Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you.
if she has a headache or if she's got a tummy ache, I tell her to, rub your
That's
hands
cool.
together and then go ahead and put your hand. I never knew I had this gift when I was younger. I never knew I was meditating when I was little. Okay, females, we got periods every month. Dang it. Get the worst cramps. Oh my gosh. When I was a child, I used to sit there in like a Buddhist pose, so very still, and I would put my right hand on where it hurt, and if I had trouble focusing away from the pain that it was not there, I would say in my mind that I no longer felt pain. And nobody ever taught me this. Sometimes I would turn on the television to distract myself, but I would keep my hand there because I accidentally found out that it would take the pain away.
That's wild. And who knew that you were going into this way of life? You know what I mean?
Yeah. So I was able to do that with my daughter. Whenever we had that great spiritual awakening in 2017, Addison and I, my daughter and I, we had a really high fever. Oh, our bodies were so hot for like 3 months there. But anyway, she was really sick there for a few days, like the worst sick. And her fever went up over 104. I was like 104.5 or something. Or maybe it was higher. Maybe it was higher than that. I was so scared I was going to have to take her to the hospital. So I had been doing reflexology on her since she was a baby.
Right.
And I started doing reflexology on her feet. And all of a sudden I saw a beautiful blue angel come sit right next to me. And I think I've told this before, but she ended up putting her hands in prayer mode, like not like a Buddhist prayer mode. She
Okay.
even sat Indian style next to me and put her hand in it was more of a arms outstretched prayer mode.
Yeah.
And she smiled so beautifully. And then my daughter was so sick, she wasn't even talking or anything. Her fever was instantly healed.
Wow.
And then later on, my daughter she got better. She went to the store with my husband, with her dad, and she picked up this angel and in white linen, this little African angel in white linen. Her hair was finely braided. And that's exactly how I saw this blue angel. I never told her that I saw an angel. I never told her anything.
That's wild.
But I saw her hair was braided, kind of like how you see the Egyptians with their hair braided.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Tight little braids. It was like so wild, and wearing white linen, but yet she was blue, like glowing blue.
Right.
And she had these little gold clasps on her little braids. It was It was a
Wow.
beautiful experience. But that's a little example of, well, I guess that could be an example of being healed by a crystalline being, having the assistance of a crystalline being, right?
Yeah, I would say I don't see why not.
Right? Yeah. So,
I mean, that's pretty freaking cool. Damn.
oh, speaking of medicine man, Andy, um, I I have been spoken in languages from Africa, um, Afrikaan. Um, some of them speak Arabic. I've actually seen what they look like. I have had a medicine man come to me, and he had a little boy with him. And this was so wild because I was doing some healing work for another person in our community at that time, and she actually picked up what he looked like, and I actually spoke in his language, and it's a dead city. I had to look it up. I was
Wow.
spoken in his language. I had to write it down. I had to translate it, and I had to but yeah, I've speaking on that. That's very interesting you said that.
That's wild.
Yeah, he was carrying he was dressed in linen. It was like, and he was wearing a turban, and his pants only came to his shins.
Right.
It was like white linen that he was wearing, and he was carrying like a wicker basket, and he had a boy with him that was helping assist him, and they were coming to me, standing right next to me at my feet. That's so crazy. I don't think I've ever told that one. That happened a few months ago.
Wow. Wow.
But yeah.
That's so cool.
Yeah, so many crazy things have happened with me. As you know, I think I've always got something to tell you.
I know. That's why I love having you up here.
I always have something to say.
Well, because talking to you, I look at things in a different perspective. So it's like, a lot, and it's the same way with White Wolf when he talks too. I resonate with what you say. You know what I mean? I might not get it at the same, get it at that time, but I feel it resonating, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And a lot of times when I'm reading like these or watching YouTube with the old text and stuff like that, like I might not brain wise, I might not understand it, but it's like I know it. Like either that or I've heard it before.
Yeah.
When I haven't, there's no way I could have. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I like that's one of the reasons I love having you up here.
Uh-huh.
There's you're like my teacher kind of. It's like I feel that way because you put it in layman's terms, first of all. So I can understand it, and you just bring so much to the community, and I love it. I absolutely love it.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
The last thing I want to mention is I had an experience. I was doing on 4/4/4, well, April 4th, 2020. There were, in the spiritual community, a lot of people were doing group mass meditations online. I mean, oh wow. I did 4 meditations with groups back to back. I was feeling the vibe. It was so great.
Oh, cool.
I felt it. It was the greatest energy. Well, I was nearing the end of my meditation, and I was spoken in a language that was it had dialects of Italian and African. And
Oh, wow.
at right at this time that I was spoken, and they said, like, it kind of sounded like um Shinoshinava. Shinoshinava. And right at that time I was coming out of that meditation, and obviously I had in my mind, I wanted to look it up. My daughter burst through the bedroom door and she's like, "Oh my God, mommy." And I'm like, "What?" And she's like, "I saw this huge, like shadow, like this light being. It was like huge and it was standing in the kitchen doorway staring at me."
Wow.
And it had to have been like, I don't know, 7 feet tall or something like that. Well, and I thought it was ironic that I was spoken this, and then right then my daughter burst through the door.
Right?
And I looked it up, and it means who leaves without saying goodbye.
Wow.
Can you
Wow.
believe that?
That's crazy. Oh my
Who leaves
God.
without saying goodbye?
See,
Like, oh
that's what
my
I'm
God.
saying. Like,
That was like, that came through like a confirmation to me that they were glad I did that meditation through mass meditations. It was a positive vibe to help uplift the world, is what we were all focused on doing.
right.
So funny that they showed themselves to Addison, but yet they spoke to me right as at the same time they showed themselves, and they wanted me to know we are here. And who leaves without saying goodbye?
Yeah, who the hell do you think you are, man?
What? They
I
weren't
love it. I
without
love those
saying
kinds of stories.
goodbye. But
What
they don't
what
mind speaking to me in other languages because they know that I take the time I study other languages and I'm open to receiving other languages. I'm
right.
not just like English, speak your English only, because
Right.
they speak, well, think about the oldest languages that we only even know of. They speak at a light frequency and it's translated, and but it comes back to what they were speaking and how
Right.
they transcended maybe what they understood when they were here, maybe in this physical dimension. But anyway,
Yeah,
it's wild. I
definitely.
would receive the message, that I would understand it.
I know. And it's funny how they know that, you know, how we're going to take it. They know how we're going to take it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Kind of like what I said about my spirit guides, that they know I'm a smart ass, so they like being smart asses.
Mm-hmm.
But yet the message comes through. I mean, how many times have I done a tarot reading and they're like done. They're done. Nothing, and I can tell from card to card that I'm still getting messages, and once they're done, those cards are not making, and it's like I'm looking at those cards at it in a different language.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's like, and they know, and I don't mean to, hopefully I never sound rude or mean to people that I'm reading for, but I can't help it when my guides are done at saying, that's it. There's nothing I can do.
I'm spoken many times. It's time to go lay down. It's time to go to bed. You're done. We're done. I understand exactly what you're talking about.
And it's hard to explain to people if they don't understand it.
Yeah. They're not
I
going to
don't read cards like just read the cards,
You have to have boundaries
right.
in place for yourself, not only with other people, but with yourself. and respect your, it's about respect.
Yeah.
And I don't think you ever sound rude, but I'm glad that you do know when you're done, and you let people know when you're done.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, because I
you need
mean,
to do that.
honestly, and like I said, it's hard to explain to people when I'm doing the readings and all of a sudden my guides shut me off. It's like the cards, I can't even read the cards. It's like they turn like Chinese, or you know what I mean, Spanish for all that matters. And it's like, okay, that's I would told you the message you were meant to hear, and that's all I have for you. I can't. You know what I mean? Now it could be different if they say, "Can you give me a date?" Well, then I'll go to my, other cards and say, and usually if my guides want to tell them a date, it'll come up yes, or it'll come up whatever date it shows me on a card. But there are times where it'll just say, wait, wait. And no matter how many times, I could have 2 wait cards in it, and 6 wait cards will come up. Do you know what I mean?
Exactly.
So,
Letting you know for sure.
yeah. Poor little Red. She's the one that she keeps getting the wait card. No matter there, I pulled 3 cards from 3 different decks, and they were all wait.
Yep.
It's like you're not supposed to know the date.
Yep. Exactly.
So it's crazy.
Oh, well, this has been a very good stream.
It really has. I've had a lot of fun. Definitely. Definitely. 5 hours. Damn.
Wow. I know. I need to go ahead and hop off here and run to the restroom.
Yeah, I definitely have that on my mind. A
Shut
cigarette and I haven't even had breakfast yet.
Yeah, I need to eat me something as well. I've only had a granola bar.
Yeah, I've had my coffee all morning. That's it. And it's now 3:00. I started at 10 a.m. my time. Now it's 3:00.
I could use some coffee. I'm glad I came up here though.
Me too. It's been a while. It's been a minute.
Yeah. It has.
So I'm glad you did too. Definitely.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and hop off here, and I'll let you close down. And much love, everybody, and I'll just see y'all in the chat.
I thank you. And drop that link again to that so I can hit back on it.
All right, I will. All right.
Yes, for the Law 1 or whatever.
Okay.
Yeah.
Much love, everybody.
Much love, Diary. Thank you so much for coming up, hon.
You're welcome.
All right, guys. I thank you guys for hanging out with us for so long. That's so cool. Thank you, Andy, for coming up on the stream. I appreciate it. It's been an awesome day. I hope you all enjoyed it as well as I have. Yeah, it really has been enlightening. It's been very cool. I always love it when you guys guest on my show. Definitely. Definitely. With that being said, tomorrow is Tarot Tuesday. So we'll be doing readings tomorrow, of course. Wednesdays, what if Wednesdays? What do I got for? Oh, we might be talking about it. Yeah, because I want to give it a little time with this pyramid thing. I definitely want to give it a little time for me to research a lot about it. I have things in my mind that I want to research right off the bat. And that usually leads to, other researching other things. But so Wednesday, we will be talking about black holes in the middle of Earth. I know we've touched on it a little bit before, but I have definitely done some more research, and let's see what you guys think. And of course, Thursday is game day, and then Freaky News Friday, your freaky news of the week, your dose of weird. So, yeah, exactly, Andy. I want to check out all that. I want to give myself some time to research all of that. Oh, stop, Andy. You're not polluting none. Love you too, Mary. I love everybody. Blue, thank you for being here. Cassie, Shrimp, Ron, you guys are all awesome. I appreciate you guys hanging out with me all day. 5 hours. I think this is a record stream for me, besides my overnight ones. Christina, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. It's been awesome. It's been an awesome stream. Thank you so much for your input, Diary and Andy, for coming up on stream and talking. And yeah, with that being said, I'm just waiting for Diary to put that link in there. And then, yeah, I hope everybody has a wonderful day. I hope you come join me tomorrow. I love you guys so much. Hugs and kisses to you all. Mwah. Okay, no problem. I was trying to stall and not say anything. But I do. I appreciate you guys all being here. It's been awesome. It really has. It's been a fun, very fun stream. I love all your guys' input, of course. That's my number one. I want to learn and grow with you guys. You know what I mean? I'm not sure if Cassie's still here. I thought I saw her. There it is. No worries, diary. No worries. All right, guys. With that being said, have a wonderful day. Take care. Be safe. And I'll see you tomorrow, hopefully. All right, guys. Thank you again for